My nurse team definitely deserves a pay raise. My god, nail's so good. Wow. Okay. Maybe I'll get this thing. It's not just going outside. So just. Bye. Suavemente. 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 Mm. Suavemente. Suavemente. Finally, a fucking video game DJ that is not the kind of setup as a fucking Russian DJ. It's so rare, boys. I had a long night last night. Hello. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Boy, I had a rough night last night.
What happened?
Some friends that were supposed to help my wife and our friends who are also our babysitters to get them moved out of the trailer that they lived inside of a trailer community into a proper new house. Didn't do what people... They did the thing that people usually did when they offer help. It's like, yeah, we're gonna help you for a while. They stay around for 2 hours and they're like, oh my god, I got so much to do today, and they just dipped on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you got to get them in and say like, oh, the pizza's coming. The pizza's gonna get here. Just to keep,
Yeah.
just keep waiting. It'll be here anytime soon. Just keep helping out. We'll work until that pizza gets here, right? Then, I mean that fucking blows. The easiest move I ever did is I had this friend. Oh man, I'm trying to remember his name now. It's been a long time. He was a Star Wars cosplayer. I can't think of his name now. It's right there in my head, but I can't think of it. And he was this like huge, tall Armenian guy, and like 6'7". And I mean, I had these huge speakers that my dad gave me, and by that I mean like they're like 3 feet tall, and they weigh 200 pounds each, and there's 2 of them. And I was like really worried, like, what are we gonna do with these giant speakers? Well, actually, my godfather gave them to me. I don't know why. Why did he give a college student these enormous, like, super expensive pro speakers? I have no idea. But whatever. And I also had this enormous L-section couch, which was also really heavy. So I had all this heavy shit, and his name is right there. It starts with a T, I think, or was it? Oh, fuck. Anyway, so he just like picked it up, like the speaker up, and like with one hand, and then the other one in the other, and he's like, "All right," and then just carried them out. And I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, I'm so glad, and we got moved out real quick. But that's just because like he was he did like Jedi and Sith cosplays and stuff, and he'd go to hospitals and stuff and to visit sick kids, Star Wars characters. He was a really cool guy. Arya or something? It was something like that. It's something, yeah. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's been 8 years since I've seen him, so I can't remember his name. Yeah, the only easy move I ever had was when he was there, just like, okay, I'll pick this up and take it down to the truck.
Yeah, it was rough.
Moving sucks. Yeah,
it was rough, especially considering the fact that all of the stress that she felt last night, because she got a hold of me right after. I'll tell you that part, because that part was fucking crazy. Because inside of my inner circle friend group with one of my members of my audience, he has a server that I occasionally go to talk to some people with quirks of their own. But that was like right off of a discussion involving a new League of Legends change to a champion that we didn't even have enough information to have opinions about. And he showed me GIFs and clips of some of the new changes they're making. And one of the friends inside that friend group went the fuck off on me simply because he, a lower level player, I shouldn't say lower level, I should say a very competitive yet lower elo rank player, was telling me, no, I don't see how you're wrong about this. But instead of being diplomatic and verbalizing it, he just started calling me names, insulting me. And as much as I've had my moments, believe you me, with some of these fucking final players that I've been dealing with every now and again. True to play on camera. It's like you're trying to talk about who likes dogs versus cats, and all of a sudden somebody's like, "Motherfucking no, shut up! You're not about to tell me that dogs are better than cats! Cats are better than fucking dogs! You fucking idiot! What's wrong? It was one of those kind of arguments. And like on one level, I'm like, any other day, toe to toe, I could probably do this, but you know what? It's not that extreme. And even if you disagree with my point, when it comes out, we will test this, and I will show you my point. Which I'm pretty sure I made a point to say to him, like, I will show you what I mean when this character releases, because we don't have enough information based on what I know, because they're gonna make a bunch of fucking dumbass changes to the league map just for the purposes of making changes. When we see that, when we get it in our hands, we're gonna test the shit, and I'm gonna show you my point. And even then, he was basically doing debate bro shit, like in a casual conversation about league. And right after that happened, I go back and I explain to my chat my opinion about why I think he was wrong about it. But I apologize to the friend that is part of that inner circle, because he was there and he had to dip because his wife needed him, and I didn't want him to think like I just prolonged that conversation for no other reason than because to argue with him, because that's not, I don't like doing that anymore. That's not me anymore. So that happens, and then immediately after that, she calls me saying, "Baby, I need you. Mute your stream for a second, I gotta talk to you." She's like, "Will you come help me and my friends move?" And I already knew what she was gonna ask me before she asked me, so I already knew it was gonna be about moving. So I said, "Yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna help you." And when we get there, we get the shit done. We get the things in the house. She ends up calling her roommate at least twice. The first time to call him was because she needed a little bit more muscle in there. There was not enough African American men to do things. Me and a near 50-year-old man moving giant pieces of like 100-pound furniture between the two of us. She gets him there to help. He dips that time because it's technically late for him and he wants to sleep in and blah 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 blah. But the entire rigmarole that she got frustrated about is that she didn't want to end up costing another extra day, because it was like $40-ish, but we're technically broke. So $40 matters a lot to us. She started having a little bit of a breakdown because she didn't want to go through all this effort to help them with money that technically she was given to pay for some bills to get them moved in, because if we can't get them moved in, it affects her ability to work, because then we don't have a babysitter. And one of the biggest issues right now is that my son needs to readjust to being around me, but I've had to spend more time at home for not just my own home caretaker thing, but also because my mother throws a fit whenever she doesn't get things to go her way. And during this, she was definitely throwing a fit. And between the pressure of that and the pressure of seeing her stressed, both of us cried at one point. Hers was, she had Zulian hanging off her arm, and then she's trying to figure out how she's going to drop off the truck itself once we got things packed twice, because we had to take 2 trips at least to get stuff from the trailer that they just moved out of to the place. We get everything that we could salvage that didn't require the U-Haul. We got over there, unpacked it twice again between myself and the old man, because everything that was heavy furniture needed to move or was moved. Got it empty, swept it out, got it ready to go. She couldn't figure out how she's going to do it, and because right now she's using one of those really lame-ass fucking gay track phones, the thing's battery is like nearly dying every single day. It can't hold a charge for shit. So she's dealing with the phone cutting off on her every few seconds. She's trying to figure out how she's going to drop it off, because it's not letting her log into the U-Haul app, to log into the app. And she's dealing with that pressure, and also the pressure of money, and not knowing how she's going to solve it. And then every 5 seconds, she's trying to finagle with that. My son is crying in her ear. I felt so helpless, not just as her partner, but as a new dad. Because he's not biologically my child. That's probably the first thing. But the second thing is, all that time and all that effort to get that together, I don't like seeing her like that. I don't like her being stressed to the point to tears, and I not even be able to take my son from her so she can be able to handle that.
Yeah.
So, at some point, at some point, we worked out that what she was going to do is she was going to call the roommate again, to get him to help her so that he would be waiting there at the U-Haul place, which she drove the U-Haul to, so she could drop off the keys, and have it on the property, so that she didn't get charged for another additional day of use, and then drive her back to the house. So it was me, the female wife of the male friend, the babysitter. Her name's Kat.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's short for Catherine, but we just call her Kat with a K.
Yeah.
And my son. And from the moment that she left, before she interceded with helping me with him, he was screaming his lungs out. I was trying to feed him orange slices, because we can't feed him the whole orange slice, because he'll choke.
Yeah.
I was trying to put the orange slice in his mouth, so he could suckle all of the juicy bits out.
Mm-hmm.
But he wouldn't stop crying.
Oh.
I tried to get him comfortable. I knew that his pants legs were open, because we had to just change them just before she left. So I tried to get him to pin those shut, but because he's agitated and sleepy and wants her, but also because now I'm stressed because I'm worrying about all these other issues and problems going on. While at the same time, just before that happens, my mother called me saying, "Son, you forgot about me," which is one of my trigger things that I fucking hate beyond all belief. I need to get a better handle of. She's calling me, and I'm trying to tell her, "Mother, you're not forgotten. We had to handle problems here." And it's early in the morning, and she's not listening to me. So I'm probably irate, and I'm trying to tell her, no, listen to me. No. Oh, you don't want to listen to me? Click! And I walk back in the house, because I made sure to walk outside, so I can just do that in the front of them. I walk back in, and after all that, he's probably feeling my stress. So he's crying, because he has no idea what's fucking going on. He just knows mommy's not there.
Yeah.
Kat looks at me and laughs. Not because she's cruelly laughing at me. It was a whole thing when I first met her. I got associated with her. She got held up because she used to work at a gas station, just like I did during COVID. She got held up by a black man who apparently robbed her with SpongeBob backpack on his back at gunpoint. And that's
what the fuck?
Yeah, it's very weird context of the situation, but it made her very agoraphobic. So she doesn't work anymore. She stays in the house. Her husband of several years works at Walmart, the same Walmart as my wife. She works in the gas station inside. He works at the deli station. She works at the deli station outside. He works in the deli. Oh my God, Carl. She works at the gas station outside of the neighborhood Walmart. He works inside the deli section at the neighborhood Walmart in the same location. And she often goes in during her lunch breaks to talk to him and also shop for things, for snacks, so he can eat lunch. And that's how the two of them work together. Because he helped her get this job, and I helped her to make sure she could go to set appointments while also doing DoorDash and Instacart and shit on the weekends. More often than I was before my mother started complaining, saying, "You need to be in the house, you need to be in the house." I really think she just doesn't like me being out with her. Even though most of the time I'm not out with her, I'm doing shit with her to make sure she's straight so that she can work and I can do my thing. But anyways, not as important, just important detail, because that's the whole thing. That's how my brain works. Kat looks at me during this, and it's something that happened before, where I tried to do something, and she's old woman, already had kids, adult kids. Look at this new dad. He's struggling to put pants legs on this child. Let me help him. At the time, in my brain, I thought, oh, she's mocking me. Clearly, I don't know what I'm doing, so she's mocking me. But I was trying, be like cutesy dad with his wife to handle said child, because I'm trying to make core memories that she's gonna remember. But lo and behold, that was not what she was doing. She was just like, "Boy, let me help you." So she takes a look at me with my crying kid in my arm, and she laughs, because she's already gone through the month and a half adjustment to getting him used to her so that she can rock him to sleep and lullaby him to calm him down. She takes him from me so that she can do that, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, "Carl, it's fine. She's trying to help you. Don't freak out." And I sit down on the ground with the orange slices. At some point, I take them to the kitchen, and I come back into the room after she's done that. And I'm sitting there projected the first time, before I take the orange slices out, looking at her, and every single thought that an insecure first dad, stepfather or not, is running through my head. Which is, oh my god, I can't even help take care of my kid. If he's at my house and I try to babysit him, it's gonna be a nightmare. And I'm gonna be scared he's gonna scream his lungs out. And I can't do anything. What the fuck am I doing? What's wrong with me? Blah 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 blah. Downward spiral. Downward spiral. Downward spiral.
Yeah.
So after I come back into the room, after putting the orange slices away, which are still there, because she didn't want to get them after, she was just sleeping, and she wanted to cuddle with me in the car once we got to my place.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there on the floor, running through, verbally, mentally, all the things that I need to do, and at some point I just break down crying. I remember very succinctly, the words that I said was, I have to be so strong for everybody else. I don't want to be useless to my wife! And I'm crying, and it's not something I like doing. I don't like crying in front of people. I certainly don't like crying in front of people where I have to be strong for her, because then I feel like I'm not doing my part. But fortunately, cats soothe the words of wisdom, or effectively, you just have, it's going to be a learning process. How long have I had him? And it's taken me this long. You're gonna go through it. You just have to be patient. Like, this is the advice you gave her all the time. Like, you know what, I can't take my own advice. And she's just like, pat, there. there though, Afro father, you'll be okay. Because if I had been self-conscious, I would have been like, don't you fucking patronize me! When I said, I'm just there in my fucking feelings on the floor, I stand up, I'm like, wipe your tears, soldier. There's no crying until the end. And then she's like, under her breath, it's gonna be over till he's like 5. I'm like, I know.
Oh, yeah.
It was fucking
But, you know, I always hear about that, is that, like, yeah, it's really rough, but it's also so rewarding that, you know, it's like, I mean, and I don't know from personal experience, but that's what everybody says. And it's called, you know, there's two things in life that bring quote unquote joy, right? It's hedonic joy and eudaimonic joy, and eudaimonia is meaningfulness. So I think that's like you're not gonna, you know, everyone always says that, is that, like, yeah, you're not gonna have fun by it. Like, the meaningfulness of the experience is the important part that makes it all worth it, because otherwise people wouldn't reproduce ever. But it's gotta be, like, yeah, I mean, I'm always worried about that, because I would like to have children, I think, but I am also terrified of it, because, like, I see it, you know, obviously stuff like that. You can't like, you can't say no, you can't log off, you know what I mean? Like, you can't do anything like that, like, you just have to. And that's tough, but that's why it's like, you know, I hate that, like, being a mom is the toughest job in the world. I think being a parent probably is, like, I mean, a pretty tough job, but it's also, like, the most important one. I just hate when women make it about themselves.
Yeah. If there's one thing that I've been learning this entire time, is, like, the entire effort of what it's going to take to me to be a father to this kid is already going to be an update hell. Because, like,
yeah.
Even if I wasn't a content creator, which Lord knows at some point it's going to become a piece of information someone's going to go looking for, and they're going to try to bring it up in the middle of a debate. First problem is he needs to beat the streamer father allegations. That's the first problem. Because Lord forbid, at some point when he gets old enough to talk, which I'm feeling is like the first instance it's going to happen is going to be like 5. He's going to tell all of his friends in his school, my dad's a streamer on the internet. He's so cool. He stays at home and plays video games and gets me apple slices while mom's at work. And him have to be like, your dad's a loser. That's the first allegation he's going to have to beat. And that's going to be a nightmare.
I don't know. Have you seen that, like, that being a streamer or a YouTuber is the #1 job desired by young people?
Yeah. I suppose.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if you can, I don't know. I think that maybe that used to be, more looked down on, but
I feel like it's gonna be a definite problem.
I think it might switch around in the future, right? To being a bad thing again. I guess it depends, right?
I know when we get to those fucking nasty ass parent teacher conferences, even when I was a fucking kid, how some of these fucking moms are on everything, like, you know, he's not being a real father. If he was being a real father, he'd do this, this, and this. And I'm like, bitch, I get him dressed, I get him up, I get him ready, and I'm able to do so before she even brushes her teeth. Shut the fuck up. I'm doing real work.
Right.
I have done my emotional labor for the day, etc. But then the next allegation I'm definitely gonna have to fucking accomplish and beat is the fucking stepdad allegations, which are gonna irritate the shit out of me. Because I've had this conversation with her before, where I'm like, no, I'm with you. He is our child. He's not your child and I just deal with him. He's our child.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's our child, I'm going to learn to do things with our child. I'm not letting you suffer by yourself. What kind of man does that? And even then, she gives me that look like, okay, if you say so, baby, sure. But I don't know how serious she thinks that I'm being about that, but I'm 100% dead ass. That kid is my child. And even if he gets a biological sister or brother, or we adopt another one, or we have the 50 billion cats that she wants to have, I'm not letting her think for a second that is she calling me? Okay, no, she's not. I'm not gonna let her think for a second that I'm not 100% in with her. So the second that somebody tries to hit me with that, yeah, but he's not really your kid, you're just a fucking stepdad and shit, I swear to God, Aiden, I'm gonna go to jail for violence. Because I'm not gonna stop punching them.
You know, my parents got divorced when I was... well, my dad moved out when I was like 4, because all they did was fight. All they did was fight. And so it was just like 4, you know, but 4 or 5, I think. I don't remember. But they got divorced when I was 7, and my dad got remarried when I was 12. And I remember, that's a little bit older, right? How old's your son? Like, I mean, like, he's not gonna, you know, remember that. But like, but at 12 it was different. And I couldn't stand her at first, and I just it's different. But I'm so close to my stepmom, and it's, if someone said that to me too, like, I mean, my mom is like, yeah, my biological mom, but if someone if someone said that to her, I'd be like, fuck you. No, Andrea's my mom too. Fuck off. Like, yeah, I think it's not always that way. People can be cruel about that. My mom never remarried, so like I never had to deal with it on that side. That she did have a boyfriend for a long time. He was a real piece of shit, but. I don't know. People who think that way, they're cunts, and I think that that's not a lot of people. In modern times, there's less and less people like that who think that way. So many families are what do you call it? Mixed in terms of where it's, you know, step parents and etc.
Yeah, that whole Nickelodeon / Disney Channel family setup.
Yeah. But it's all like
That's what I fucking call it.
And stuff.
It feels
I think
like
it's fine.
Like yeah.
I mean, like, as long as both parents are, as much as possible, you need a mother and a father figure. As long as you have both, I don't know how much the biology enters into it. Because that's, you know how demeaning it is to say that to adopted people, right? Like, that's not your real parents. Go fuck off, you know?
It's like, this is the only parent I've ever known. How could you say that about my dad?
Right, exactly. I mean, like, that's funny too, because like I don't think the people who say shit like that would say that to an adopted child. I don't think they try
really, really hard to make it okay, where it's like, listen, like, we understand, but, which is like one of those things that annoyed me when that whole Shane Dawson or gay men adopting shit was happening. That was probably like
so weird.
Yeah, that was the first.
Why is it always boys? Why is it always boys? You guys are all making this look real creepy.
Like, I can understand why there are some people who felt about that shit, but at the same time, it's like, aren't you guys just having a fucking go at Shane Dawson because you guys still want to hate him over the drama that he had in the past? It's like, really? The kids? And then, of course, when
No, I think it's weird. Yeah. I think it's weird. I honestly think it's fucking weird. I think the whole thing is weird, in terms of you and your boyfriend, what I don't know the specifics. They both jizz in a cup and inseminate someone. It's like, I guess we'll have to guess which one. Like, you know, is the real father? I don't know. Like,
that part, thing, yeah, okay, that part I can understand.
They got twins, didn't they?
I think so.
That's normal because that's how in vitro works. But so that's not like them be like, oh well, one for both of us. That's actually just a normal process of in vitro because they implant several eggs at once, because a lot of them don't take. So it's normal to put in like to implant 3 or even 4 at a time. That's how the Octomom thing happened, by the way. Is that she had a really fucking crazy... No, she was crazy, but also she had a crazy doctor who was like, well, I'll just put in like 16 and see what happens, right? And then the reason why, in that case, in particular, is because she had in vitro in the past. She already had a whole bunch of kids, and she had all these eggs that she had kept frozen for a long time. And he was like, well, let's just use them. We'll do one more round of in vitro, and we'll use like all of them. And that's how she got pregnant with 8 babies, because it was they implanted a whole bunch, which was complete and utter medical malpractice, but they did it anyway. So I think that guy lost his medical license over that, as he should have, because that was fucked. But so the twin thing, that's not necessarily the weird part. However, and what I don't know behind the scenes is, would they have terminated if they were females? Or would they not have wanted them? I'm always so weirded out. And why don't you just adopt? Why don't you just adopt? You know, I instead of like, there's so many children who would need a good home with a multi-millionaire like Shane Dawson, but instead you gotta make one that you mix up in a cup with your husband. And why is it always boys? I just find it so weird. I find it so weird, because they can also, they could have been like, it's maybe I never know. I don't trust that shit. I find it weird and creepy. I just find it creepy. There's nothing you can probably... That's moral foundations theory, Jonathan Haidt's work. That's like, there's 6 moral foundations that everybody has. Liberty is the 6th one. Let's see. Man, come on. Brain... I haven't thought about foundations. There's... wow, come on. What the heck? Wow, I really should know that, like, instantaneously, but my brain just shut off. I think it's because I just got done with the project, so I'm like, it's not working. Yeah, harm versus care, fairness, loyalty, authority, liberty, and then sanctity or purity, which is that one where it's just, there's some things that just make you go ick. And that one is a big ick for me, and I can't even entirely explain it. It's just a big ick. And because I think children do need a mother and a father. I think it's best for them to have a male and female presence, or at least a male and female parental figure. That's the healthiest way to grow up for any children, as much as possible.
I will at least say, on the angle of like, why is it always like this? I know that a lot of it's like, we want to be able to raise them from a child. We want the true parent experience. And while I can
adopt a baby,
yeah, and at the same time, while I understand that it's like you could adopt a baby, you guys could adopt anything, but I understand it. While I disagree with it, I can understand what it is that they're looking for, and that they probably would prefer that. But at the same time, I feel like the issue gets really crazy. But the one thing that I definitely can come down on is the fucking take that Quartering had about it, where he's like, this is child trafficking.
You bought a child. You bought one. By definition, I think that, now, I think calling it child trafficking is he's been intentionally incendiary. Yeah. But I don't think it's actually inaccurate. Because it is. You bought a child. You bought one. You had to pay that woman a lot of money to, and it's a reason why, not just even, carrying the baby and giving birth, which is its own, enormous ordeal, but all the process going up to that, like, it can take multiple rounds of IVF. That whole process is extremely expensive, so you have to, it's a huge amount of money, but you did essentially buy a baby. You spent a lot of money to buy a human being. That human being would not exist if you didn't specifically pay for them to exist. And I find that element also just icky. It's something about that makes me feel uncomfortable, inherently. Now, it would... I don't know, though, because I remember when the Quartering said that, I was like, yeah, but I feel like it's less ick when it's a heterosexual couple, and maybe that's a bias on my part. But is it? Because again, at least then you have both parents, or you have the male, masculine, and feminine, and if they're a couple and they're just infertile and they've tried everything to conceive, I would still say, even with them, like, I still find it a little weird when you could adopt. And I understand that there's a biological imperative to reproduce, and that there, I don't know though, because like I just said, I think, you know, I love my stepmom. I mean, it is different from my mom. I didn't meet her till I was 12 though, right? So that's way different. If that's the only mother you've ever known, I mean, again, ask adopted people and ask if they love their parents. Like, you know, is it different from your, yeah, well, okay. When I was growing up, my next door neighbor across the street, her name was Tanya, and she was adopted. Her mother was a crackhead, you know? Never knew her, never met her, never had any desire to meet her. Her parents, her father was a Pentecostal minister, so he was one of those guys who like handled snakes and stuff, you know, one of those types. Those kinds of preachers. But his wife was infertile, and they had always wanted to have a child, and so they adopted this girl. And they, by the way, she was like 6 too, like she was not a baby, and she came from an incredibly abusive home with a mother who was addicted to drugs. I met up with her when I went back for graduate and doctoral school back to West Virginia. I was like, one day I was like, oh, you know what? I had to go to my old town where I grew up as a kid. She's only like 30 minutes away from the university, and maybe 40. And I was gonna drive down there to that town because it was the only place that had a fabric store within driving distance. So I was like, I gotta go drive to the Joanne Fabrics. And I was like, while I was in that town, Fairmont, I said, you know what? I'm gonna stop by the Grandstaff's house and just go pop in and see how they're doing. And she just so happened that I haven't talked to this girl Tanya in years because we were friends when I was 8, right? You know, and then we moved away when I was like 10. She just happened to be there, and it was nice. She had her kids with her, and you know, I never we hung out, and talked, we had lunch. I just popped in. I didn't call ahead or anything. I guess so. It was, you know, it was serendipitous that she happened to be over. And yeah, I mean, like, never once in all my years of knowing her as a kid, and then even as an adult, like, she's not hanging out with her mom. She's over there with her adoptive parents. There's no, you know, because it's just her parents. It's not her adoptive parents, right? Those are just her parents. So anyway, and I think that's a little different too. I just find it weird that it's always boys. With the gays, why is it always boys? Why do you never adopt a little girl? I don't know.
I guess
I just find it a little weird.
I guess there's a world where it's like they have allegations of their own to beat, which that'd probably be.
Well, that's the problem with Shane Dawson too. Yeah. And on top of that is that he's been so weird in the past. I mean, like jacking off on the cat and stuff, and just kind of just being kind of weird.
It's just gonna be hard for a lot of YouTubers. For certain, depending on the kind of content they make and the kind of exposure that they have, especially if they're forward-facing in any way, it's going to be a big issue. I know for myself, I have to be prepared for it because of all the shit that I get involved into, but it's just going to be one of those random moments, like in the middle of a fucking debate. I can imagine it. Fucking any kind of fucking lolcow that comes from Twitch, let alone, are just going to come up to me in the middle of said debate and be like, well, how can you talk about this? You aren't this thing. And it's like, motherfucker, I am the dad. It's like, yeah, but he's not your kid. Huey. And through the internet,
it's
I'm gonna have
shit
to
like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna get that with absolutely anything about your personal life. I mean, that's just internet debate bro bullshit.
Oh, well, of course, Destiny's getting it right now. Right?
I was about to bring up Destiny. Yeah, like I was literally about to bring up Destiny because I mean, I do think I think he's a little bit to blame for that because it's like there's no way that nobody in your life told you that marrying Melina was a really, really, really bad idea. There's no way that nobody in your life told you, like, hey, dude, maybe don't marry a 19-year-old Swedish girl who talks openly about how much she loves sex and wants to be in open relationships. I think, and I don't think, I've heard people say that Destiny must have pushed that on her. Because he slams mad puss, because allegedly he does, and I believe that he does. He's like he's Twitch famous. So or now YouTube, because he's been banned on Twitch for years now. But like, he's a famous YouTuber, Twitch streamer, whatever. He's a famous streamer. I guarantee he's got mad girls in his DMs. Well, that all came out. That was that enormous fucking stupid document that was so pointless. Oh my god, that whole Mr. Girl document. Oh, Jesus Christ. Of just basically girls just trying to fucking him, and then he's like, okay, bye, and then they get upset that he's like, I told you I was just gonna fuck you. I had no interest in you, in a relationship with you, and then they cry and get upset about it. But don't marry without a prenup a 19-year-old girl like that who I mean, did you see the interview with Jesse Lee Peterson that they did?
Yeah, I caught couples with a little bit of it.
Oh yeah, where she just talks about all she cares about is having fun. And doing things that are pleasurable, doing drugs, having sex, and it's like, yeah, you're 19. I mean, I guess sure. I would have thought that was vapid when I was 19, but I'm weird. I don't think I'm like I'm not like normal. I'm not a normal Zoomer girl. I guess I've never been a Zoomer, obviously, but you know, I'm not. That's not my bag. I've always been a nerd. But and like you just see in that interview that he's like, you can see part of him is going, oh my god, if I made a huge mistake, you know, like cue the Arrested Development clip, and that's also said too because he's got a son, but who he's, as far as I understand, he's pretty much abandoned, legally. I don't know if he pays child support or anything still. I assume so.
If it's the kid that I'm thinking of, he has some level of contact to him where he talks to him.
He used to.
Or
yeah, contact. I don't know if the kid stays with him though, or visits him. He used to visit him from time to time. I think. I don't know if he even has visitation though.
I believe his name is Nathan.
I don't. Oh yeah, I think it is. But I feel weird even like knowing things like that. That makes me uncomfortable. Yeah. And
I just learned that shit passively paying attention to the fucking Destiny Tonight channels. But the way that Destiny talks about it, he talks to his son. His son knows what he does. He is in contact with him and the mom that he had the kid with. He's amicable with the mom, and it's super chill. But at the same time, it's very clear that it was a thing that happened where he was rubber banding in relationships back and forth with the girl, and then while they're on an off period, that's when she found that she was pregnant. That's the whole thing.
The only thing that I saw about that was actually disconcerting was a clip from a long time ago, and actually some of this stuff when the Melina stuff was popping off recently, I did try to find it again because I was like, I really remember seeing this clip, but and again I felt weird about even looking for it, but there was a clip where like Destiny's on a stream playing StarCraft or whatever, talking about politics, and his son's in the background, and he starts debate. And at this time, he's like 3, okay? He's like a little kid, or I don't know the age, but I remember this clip, and I haven't been able to find it, so maybe I made this up in my head, just putting that out there. Maybe I've misremembered this, but I swear someone could probably find it. But like, because I'm pretty sure I didn't make it up, but maybe I did. And he starts like debating him about God, because I guess the kid's mother is religious, or the grandmother's religious. I think actually it wasn't even the mother, like grandmother's religious, and the grandmother was kind of raising him, his son a little bit, so was telling him about God and Jesus. And it's like he was really like, he pulled out like the debate bro tactics against this 4-year-old about like, here's this like atheism, put on my fedora to debate the toddler about Jesus, and it's like, oh my god, dude. Why are you like this sometimes? I don't know. I think it's just because he was on stream when it was happening, so he's like in his debate brain.
Yeah.
I think that was probably what was happening, and I hope that doesn't happen off stream, because then the kid started like crying. Again, if I'm recalling this correctly, I haven't seen it in like 6 years. It's been a long time, but I seem to recall having seen that clip from 6-7 years ago or something like that. That's rough. Don't if you're gonna be a parent to a child and be a YouTuber or whatever, just don't. If you're a debate bro, don't debate a child. I mean, maybe teach them debate skills, but maybe don't. But I guess now that I say that, my dad used to have debates with me when I was a kid, but they were like he was trying to teach me logic and stuff. How to reason through. That's fine. You want to have a conversation with a child, where you're trying to teach them how to reason and logic. That's fine. But being like, no, Jesus isn't real, and neither is Santa. It's like, whoa, whoa, dude. Whoop. And
It's
rough for a 4-year-old.
It's one of those moments where it's like, but yeah, no, we're not debating the case of your playtime. You go in the room and you eat your chicken nuggets. Hey, big dick swagger 69. Thanks for the sub. I have always hated the kind of content creators that do that, because that's one of the things that pissed me the fuck off about FD Signifier. Him just having his son and like trying to swag flex in the early parts of his career about, oh, I'm a father. I've got my kid. I make videos in my wife's kitchen in my breakfast nook.
See, I don't know this guy. His name's familiar to me, but I don't know anything about him. I've never seen any clips from him even. I might have seen a clip, I just wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah.
I did feel weird on the same topic, though. I felt... are you on stream right now?
Well, I am, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. But yeah, I wasn't sure there for a second. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't actually ask. I assumed so. But I feel weird, a little weird about anybody showing their kids on YouTube or on streams, and that's why like I love PewDiePie, right? But I feel weird about him showing Bjorn. I feel I'm like, particularly because it's PewDiePie and he's so famous. You know,
it's one of those anything can happen kind of situations where he can do something innocuous and he's gonna be on fucking daytime news today.
Yeah. Right. And so I've watched their vlogs. They're really wholesome and sweet, and their family is beautiful, and I love it. But it's also like every time he puts Bjorn on camera, I'm like, Felix, could you please not put the baby on camera or blur out his face or something? It just makes me feel uncomfortable because people, and it's not because it doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel uncomfortable because I know that other people are fucking crazy and weird and gross. And that is the part that makes me uncomfortable. So I don't like, and I know, but you can't help it to certain degrees. Like speaking of PewDiePie, Cinnamon Toast Ken's got, what, like 5 kids? And every once in a while in a video or a stream, or you didn't know that? Yeah.
I did not.
He's got 3 somewhere between 3 and 5, I think. He's got with his Aussie wife, yeah.
Motherfucker's got a brood.
I know. He's got a bunch of kids, and I've seen like on streams or in videos. Sometimes one of his kids will like walk into the room, and he's really, really careful about not showing their faces because of that. And I'm like, Felix, isn't Ken one of one of your best friends, and you haven't had this conversation about maybe don't put Bjorn on camera? I don't know. It's not really Felix's fault. I know that as he and Marty are really proud, but obviously, and that's fine. But it's like it also, just because you know how people are on the internet, oh, and they'll be so fucking weird. I guess he's in Japan, so he's.
There's
removed.
probably that level of it because he's not looking at it from that angle because he's so far removed in the country that who is really going to be crazy enough to pull a Johnny Somali on him there? Because Lord forbid that he turns into a Papa Bear all of a sudden, having to deal with something like that. Because that's probably one of the biggest issues that I would think for somebody like him. Like, he's out and about in public, he gets recognized by a nuisance streamer, the nuisance streamer's like, bro, I know something that's gonna go really viral for a clip with a WL community on Twitch, and all of a sudden you hear an international incident break out because this man has been choked out on the street by famous YouTuber PewDiePie in the middle of fucking Osaka.
Oh man, I would love for PewDiePie to choke the shit out of what was that guy who got arrested?
Johnny Smalley. I forgot the name. Yeah. I forgot the name of the accomplice guy that basically either made a deal on him or sold him out. But that guy and guys like him, it would be headline news that they would love. They would love to get a clip of a heated gamer moment of PewDiePie in the middle of Lord forbid it happened in a place like Shibuya Crossing. Let alone around some famous landmark like Kakachiko, where he's choking the shit out of him, and then it gets referenced in a video game. At that point, it's like, what do you do?
Yeah. God, that whole Johnny Smalley situation was so incredibly, like, it was, like, I could just feel it was like, oh, this is why they hate the Gaijin. This is why they hate Gaijin. Like,
yes.
And I even heard people say that to him. It's just like Japanese people are already, and they have a lot of preconceived notions about Gaijin. You are making them all so much worse. Just like across the nation. Thanks, dude. It's taken decades for them to kind of be like okay with foreigners, sort of. And you've always been okay if you're in Tokyo, right? Like you're in Tokyo, you're fine. If you go anywhere outside of Tokyo, not so much.
It becomes sundown. It becomes sundown for foreigners. Can't go here. Can't buy shit here. You can't even have a conversation with us if we don't think you have a authentic, fluent enough guide. And it's like, here you are making it. Oh my god, this was I have a hilarious joke. 2 hilarious jokes to tell you. But before that, the thing that concerned me with that made me fucking triggered because I'd said that on Twitter, and a bunch of fucking dumbass Marina fans or Marina anti-fans, when the fucking AGP trans streamer was trying to abuse
wow.
the Twitch meta and got their fucking ass clapped out, not just by the website, but also by their sponsor, Glitch Energy, because they were trying to run the meta, them and their wife, and they both got shit canned for it. I said the same thing at this time. It's like, you guys, the whole internet, not you guys, the trans users, needed to say something about this, but none of y'all motherfuckers want to do anything because you were upset. That was what I put in my whole video. But that end where I'm like, thank you, Marina, for being a dog shit content creator and fucking it up for everybody. And if you guys don't like it, you can go to my stream right now. So you can tell me how much of a big fat pussy you are, because you don't like when I'm right. Because I've been putting my new intro in at the end of my videos now, so that I can make sure to get my name out there more. Something I actually wanted to talk to you about before, because I'm gonna probably need to start being serious about doing editing work for other people as well as for myself. We'll talk about that later.
Oh my god, did you hear about the fucking Meat Canyon thing?
I did not. I know that Meat Canyon said he was gonna take a break. Why is he taking a break?
Okay, oh my god. Alright, so now I heard this secondhand from Turkey Tom, but I got like, I listened to his coverage of it, so that's where I got my information from. So take that for, and he was watching or reacting to like 50 minutes of this video that Meat Canyon's former editor put out. So Meat Canyon fired one of his editors, not his main editor, a secondary editor, from what I can fuck Twitter. Like a secondary or tertiary even editor that he had hired, who is a trans woman. And the reason why the editor went out and said, like, made a stream and said, you know, Meat Canyon's a terrible boss. He fired me when I was going through mental health stuff, and it sucks. And fuck him and all this shit, essentially.
Yeah, the default standard.
And it's like, yeah, the default standard, what you expect. But the thing is that, like, by this trans person's own admission, they missed a bunch of deadlines and weren't doing work. Because they were having constant mental health issues. Because, I mean, well, what do you expect, right? What do you expect to happen?
Yes.
What do you expect to happen in that case? I'm like, don't hire. If someone's like, hello, I have a severe mental health disorder, would you please give me a job? I mean, maybe, but you gotta be prepared for that. And you're just trying to cancel him, and it's like, you know what, I don't care how good you're editing. And by the way, like, Turkey Tom went through like some of the videos that she had edited, right? And it's nothing special. It's real basic bitch editing, and couldn't meet the deadlines. Which is like, then why is he paying you? Why should Meat Canyon pay you? Why should he employ you? By the way, I believe it's a contractor. And also, the insane thing is that this person has a 1 million sub channel of their own.
Which is that's curious to me.
Well, they're an MLP person. They make like MLP animations or something.
Oh, I see. One of those.
Yeah, another shock. What another shock there, right? A transgender person who likes My Little Pony.
Just need a moment.
Wow, could never have predicted that one. But just whinging and sitting on stream and like basically being on the verge of tears and just raking in donos, of course, with a pity party. And it's like, if you're never gonna, you should never, and I really hope you never get a job as an editor again, because you've tarnished your own name forever, saying like, hire me, I'm not gonna do the work that you paid me for. And then if you fire me because I'm not doing the work you paid me for, I'm gonna go call you a bad employer and bitch a fit. Good luck getting another job as an editor. Good luck.
It's like you walk up to any kind of streamer, any kind of broadcaster, and it's like, hi, big YouTube channel. Shit, I had a whole fucking thing for it. Hi there, Mr. Like, big content creator, big YouTube channel. I'm a trans content creator that is known for fucking shitting on people when I don't get what I want. Can you please give me a job? I promise it'll be different this time.
What are you gonna do? Promise that you'll be different, then you'll actually do the work this time? And like, they had like a litany of excuses. Mental health, dog died, family issues, I think. I don't know, it was like a whole bunch of stuff. And then it was also that, not being paid. Like, you know, I don't pay for editing because I do my own. Because I know what I want, and I know how I like it to look. It takes me longer, but I know how I would, maybe at some point, I don't know, but I was thinking about hiring an editor, but not right now. It's never been a realistic thing unless someone was willing to do it for real fucking cheap. Instead, it's just like, I know how to edit, so I'll do it.
It's definitely one of those things that we hear about it way too fucking much. I think the one that I rolled my eye at the biggest was, let's see here, there's the Hassan examples. There's the TYT.
Well, doesn't Hassan not even pay his editors half the time?
Of course not. He didn't start doing that until he got arrested.
He's a socialist.
There was the TYT example of that one user that's like, I quit because they're covering a thing, and it's like, don't you think it'd be better for you to stay on and for you to be the voice that you claim trans people need to be? It's like, no, I don't want to be there because they're doing conservatoid shit. I'm like, all right, good luck. And there's the goddamn the lag.
Like that's the whole thing. Is that like you gotta be so careful. Anyway, like whenever you're doing any of this stuff, but who you work with in any real capacity, because you never. No, I mean you can know. You obviously can know if someone's a lunatic, but that's why you have to like get to know them first. Like I met Spoon on Yiz's stream, right? And then Spoon and I started talking, and we talked like. Because we're like, oh, you're a monarchist? Me too. Which is like, what a weird thing to bond over. But we, after we met on Yiz's stream, like, we talked like for hours and hours, for weeks and months before we were like, hey, instead of just talking at each other, we should do a podcast. We should do a stream. And that was only after we knew each other pretty well that I would have thought about doing that. And it's the same thing, like, I saw you retweeted this too, is that guy freaking out on, like, that random loser freaking out on Twitter, calling Mahler he says he's an alt-right extremist or whatever the hell it was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the fucking dog whistle argument. It's like, okay, show us the dog whistle, dog! Show me where the dog whistle is. Show it to me. Yeah. I want to see it.
I want to hear the dog whistle.
Yeah.
Why can't I hear it? Oh, because you made it the fuck up? Mahler's is completely politically neutral. I don't think, like, he'll laugh at stuff other people say, but I don't think I've ever heard him make a political statement at all.
He never does the typical YouTuber, there's dog whistles that you can't hear in this, and I'm gonna show you where. It's like, no, here's my ideas, here's why I think that is. Let me exacerbate the point, let me demonstrate with some real live examples. I didn't edit. This is all real editing, by the way. I didn't edit this. This is shit that they made. This is why I have my opinion. He's always done that.
Yeah, someone posted, and I retweeted or tweeted about it, and someone posted this clip from a Chud Logic stream, where Chud's like having a little bit of a melty himself, being like, give me a link, give me a timestamp, give me anything. And it's like, and I get, Chud's like a more left-leaning guy, and he's like, how I can figure out that the Quartering is an anti-SJW? Because I can go to his fucking channel and click on any video and figure it out within 10 seconds. If Mahler is the super anti-SJW guy, then you should be able to find examples. It doesn't matter that his videos are 10 hours long. It doesn't matter that EFAP is 20 hours long. You should be able to find an example easily. If that's, because, like, I would call myself, I guess, anti-SJW. You can figure that shit out about my channel pretty fucking quick, right? Not difficult. Because that's more the kind of, I wouldn't say I'd be able to figure it out pretty quick. Or people would be able to, like, get the kind of gist of where I sit on the political spectrum. I'm a conservative, okay? So I'm a conservative libertarian. That shouldn't be difficult to figure that out. Or go to my Twitter and search. That you can't figure that out because Mahler doesn't make political statements. But this freaking lunatic, has to say shit like that. And that's because it's, what was my point on this? I wouldn't bring it up. But they always have to, try and cancel people over perceived politics, whether or not it exists. It's just so stupid with Mahler. Like,
I hate when they use Mahler as an example. Realistically, I hate whenever they use anybody who supposedly came from the supposed anti-SJW era. But this is something that I arrived at after I watched a lot more of the content creator Mentis Wave. I'm not sure if you know of him.
We had him on 2 weeks ago.
Oh, great. So you do.
We had him on the podcast 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago. No.
Something that I've been writing down whenever I take notes for one of my talkie videos is that the ones that I've been putting out more recently, where I will start covering breaking news topics, but rather than it being like a full breakdown, it's going to be my reactions of it with just the shit that I'm seeing or the examples that I have, because I think that's probably my best style of content. At least that's what my audience has been telling me so far. They like the energy that those videos bring.
Yeah.
The ones that have had my channel
the ones that have had my channel
stamps at the end of. because I usually discover things and I won't cover a topic unless I feel strongly enough about it. But like I said in one of the videos, it's like what it really feels like I need to do in general with a lot of my content, if I really want my channel to get to some point, is I need to start putting myself actively in these positions to start courting controversy, but do so in a way where if they come to my stream, as I taunt them to do so, and I'm like, okay, let's talk about it. I have all the details right here. We'll go through it second by second. We will do it as long as we need to until either you explain to me what you have a problem with or you tell me where the issue is. Because I really want one of them to come around and hit me with the accusation of, oh, you're just a fucking Sargon debate, bro. I'm like, pause. No, the fuck I'm not. And just completely start farming those clips that'll make my channel popular. Because one of the things...
That's certainly one way to do it, yeah.
That's one way to do it.
Courting controversy is a way to do it. What it would... I don't know. Just...
It's not one of the... It's just one idea. For a particular kind of attitude. Like when they do the dumbass opinions that have only now gone viral because Aspen Gold's been covering anime on his channel, and he's started to get to the voice actor bullshit that everybody's already been upset about since Weeb Wars and Kick Vic. But that's a separate issue.
It's also crazy that stuff is just popping off now with normies. It's like, wow, you're just now... Because, I mean, I was there for the whole Kick Vic stuff, and it's like, oh my god, all of a sudden normies are realizing that this is a problem? That these people are insane, and they're worthless. Like it's been going on for, and I've known that for Jesus Christ. When I went back to the States, was it last time? No, the time before last. When Bill came over and Naka did, we were staying at my mom's house for a little bit, and I was like, oh, let's go pull out an anime DVD from upstairs and we'll watch some anime or something for a bit, because I've got tons of old anime DVDs from back in the day. And I was like, oh, Corral Phantom Memory. Never heard of that shit, I guarantee it. It's weird. It's a weird anime. But I was like, I put it on. We couldn't find, we couldn't find the DVD player remote, so I just put it on and pressed play on the actual device in the machine. And it just plays it in English. And I immediately hear Monica Real's voice, and it at that point it was like cancer in my ears. Like, oh my god, turn it off! I can't listen to this bitch.
Yes, ears bleeding day
She's
rooms.
terrible. The thing is that too, what another example of failing upwards for 20 years in an industry, and that's why. Like the voice acting industry that was full of that shit for forever, and clearly the localization industry, I think it's been that way for the last maybe 10.
Yes.
Because when I think about, I remember when companies used to be, both American and Japanese companies used to be so incredibly protective of their IPs. I think about things like Mother, the Mother translation, Mother 2 translation, excuse me, Earthbound, right? The U.S. translators were extremely, they didn't want to have anything controversial in it. That's why they had to change the Happy Clan people, or should be they look like they're in clan robes.
Yeah,
happy cult, the happy. They had to change a bunch of that stuff to make it less insane. And then it's gone the other way around too, in that the same thing is that I think the gold standard is the Ace Attorney translations. The original Ace Attorney GBA games are fantastically localized, right? There's no censorship. I think they do censor a bottle of wine, and they do call it grape juice. But other than that, who cares? Like, I don't really give a shit that you called it grape juice instead of wine. That doesn't bother me. But they did such a fantastic job, those Ace Attorney games, because they're all puns.
Yeah, they're clearly having fun.
Well, I mean, like the characters' names and all the characters' names are puns in Japanese. Almost all the jokes are wordplay jokes because it's a, what do you call it? It's a visual novel type game. So all of the jokes are very. It's about wordplay. It's got to be that way. It's not. There's some visual gags, but it's mostly wordplay. And the localizers, it is not a one-to-one translation. I've paid quite a lot of attention over the years, or at least I used to. I mean, I did back in the day. I looked into all the differences between the translations because I found it very interesting. Because the Ace Attorney games are perfectly localized. There's some weird stuff that you can't get around. Like there's a was it a Hi, I'm Daisy? No, it was a awkward zombie comic.
Ooh, welcome, Kiranessa.
Hello. It's an awkward zombie comic where it's here, I'll send it to you. Ace Attorney. It's like, because I have to read it. Here it is. It's been a while. Oh, it's Phoenix looking out of the window in a clearly like traditional Japanese style palace type house with Mount Fuji in the background. It says, "Ah, Los Angeles, truly the greatest city in these United States of America," and then it's inside and there's Japanese watercolor paintings on the wall. I, for one, am proud to live in a country with as rich a history and culture as ours. And Apollo says, something about this seems off. Phoenix responds, haha, don't be ridiculous, Apollo. Now, come let us all enjoy a traditional American meal around the traditional American kotatsu. And we're just eating sushi. And Apollo... and wearing kimonos, and Apollo just looks angry, and Phoenix says back to him, eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Oh, eating sushi. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. I don't even mind it that they do shit like they call clearly Japanese food hamburgers and stuff. I don't mind it. That's a localization. That's what a localization should look like. I think it doesn't matter now, but we're talking, this is 2003, okay? Like, I think the world people have gotten more multicultural, right? Like sushi is very mainstream now, for example. It wouldn't be as big of an issue. But translating a game in 2004 for an American audience, maybe make it a hamburger instead of I don't know. Ramen probably would have been fine. I think they mostly eat ramen too, but still.
It's one
cup
of those
noodles.
It's one of those things.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, when we look back on the dreaded jelly donut of Rock, it's like, we know why you did that, and because I dropped the link.
So it's 1994, you know, or whatever.
And in my server, because I know I put it there, because I know my moderator is standing me sit on the side because I'm looking at chat at the same time, and I'm trying to finish my thought from before, because I posted this for the other day. Eric Stewart. I was about to say Eric Bishop for some reason. I'm like, wait, I'm not talking about Raw right now! How did wrestling get in here? But Eric Stewart talking about how they had to do all the censorship from 4Kids because it was from the Standards Practices Board of the WB, of what is now Warner Discovery, and it's like, no, we had to do the Rule of 3 to get all my jokes in through the shit. Like, that's not our fault. It's like, if we had to take their version of censorship from 4Kids, the kind of localization tricks that we have to use now in things that are basically untouched from the localizers, and then we take the fucking NIS America bragging about the things they had to change, or this particular tweet amongst many tweets that I've archived from people molding about it. I think it's in TISM. I think I put it in TISM containment. Or maybe I put it inside of relaxation. No, I put it inside of the relaxation lounge, and I just gotta scroll, and then I copy this, and I get that, and I get this archive link, and I send that to you. But people like this, and then I'll get the screen cap directly, because I think they broke Discord, and they made it so that now our links from Twitter don't work directly, or from other sites don't work correctly.
No, they work, but they, you have to put
VX Twitter,
VS, yeah. But that's Phil, but
yeah, people like this fucking specimen bragging openly about taking matters into their own hands about pretty sexist jokes and shit. If we had to choose between those three, I would take a combination of 4Kids and what we had to do with Ace Attorney over that shit any day. Because it just ruins. It just ruins your ability to enjoy the content, because you know for a fact you can't have fun with it, because all of the shit that will suck in English doesn't occur in all the other things, which is something that I've noticed as I started taking notes on these things.
Honestly, I think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I think that the jelly donut is less offensive in terms of the spirit of translation or localization than Dragon made. Oh, I changed it because of the pesky patriarchy. I changed my clothes because I was tired of people looking at my tits because of the patriarchy. That's so much more, because now the jelly donut is in that instance, nobody in America in 1996 or whenever that came out knew what the hell an onigiri was. Okay? Nobody, and they were like, the localizers must have been sitting there at 4Kids going, what could we say this thing is, even though it clearly does not look like a donut? What could we say it is? Fine, it's a donut, fine. That's just trying to fix a problem, right? Of localization. You know, like, Naruhodo. So Phoenix Wright's name in Japanese, Naruhodo Ryuichi. Naruhodo means like obviously or of course. It is self-evident. But and so Phoenix Wright, Nick's right. Get it? Oh, cool. It's he's right. That's fine. Like it's a cute pun that translates the spirit of the thing. That is so much removed from just making shit the fuck up for your politics. That's not in it whatsoever. And then Bill told me this the other day, that they found out that apparently a whole bunch of these people don't even speak Japanese at all. Not even like a little bit. Not even like JLPT4. They're just they're just localizers. So what they get are transcripts, translations, and then they go in and localize it. So they have no idea of the original context. Whereas, like, again, with the Ace Attorney translations, from my understanding, they had the people who were the translators were also the localizers. So they were trying to figure out how to not only translate it, but also how to localize it so it makes sense. I've always said that or I've said many times, that there are some things that are untranslatable. Gintama is untranslatable. It's unlocalizable because it's so Japanese. It is so utterly Japanese. All of the jokes are wordplay. All of the jokes are puns or references to like Japanese culture and TV shows, like random obscure TV shows. It's really just.
It's like Japanese Rick and Morty, basically.
Sort of. It's the manga you can because you have translator's notes. So if you're reading, then there can be if you've never read Gintama, there is just paragraphs on like almost every page of like translator's note. Here's what they're referencing to explain it to you.
It's like it's like reading a modern day comic book, and there's an editor's note that's like, here's the reference from Spider-Man 361 is what they're talking about.
Right. So you can get it. And I think Gintama is hilarious, both the anime and the manga, but you really. That's why they've never translated it. I think they translated. I think Viz translated maybe like 1 or 2 tankobon, way long time ago. But they stopped translating it, the manga, and the anime has never gotten. I don't think, unless it's recent. I don't think the anime has ever been dubbed because it's untranslatable. There's a reason why, despite it being top 5 shonen in Japan for 15 years, well, 20 years at this point. Why is the top 5 most popular shonen, the most popular genre, most popular of the most popular genre, not been translated? Because it's impossible.
It's one of those. It's definitely one of those things that, like, if there's even a secret cabal that's gatekeeping it, I would want to make sure that they get the support. Or it's like, no, take my energy, keep these motherfuckers out of the goddamn work. They don't need to be here, because that would definitely fucking drive me up a wall. And let me look at what my editor sent me, because she sent me 2 messages. Yeah, I saw that lag out horror. That was my internet dropping randomly in the middle, because if you guys paid attention, you heard moments where I couldn't hear her. That was because the stream dropped out, because internet. I couldn't do anything about that. But the other thing, I wrote a note about it. One of the things I've learned from Destiny is to take notes when I'm talking to people, not even as like a thing to do in debates, but as a thing to make sure that I remember conversation topics. The thing that made me bring up Mentis Wave is I have noticed a lot of people reach for buzzwords as a way to deject from actually discussing a problem when they have a opinion about somebody that they want to use. Like, the biggest one that I notice, because I've always paid attention to this ever since the Goobergate, when Gamergate became the word that they love to use to talk to people, is that people have been trying to pivot using anti-SJW and SJW as, well, this person clearly has the brain rot because you're not thinking clear. And I'm like, wait, no. You guys literally won't listen to a talking point. If your favorite bread tuber or your favorite cornbread tuber or white Wonder Bread tuber doesn't say it to you first.
That's the thing.
And then the other thing that brought on top of it, thanks for that, H-Bomber guy, is a bunch of them still running around with the Mahler Jenny Nicholson clip. And the other day, I don't know if you saw that tweet, but I just went to fucking H-Bomber guy's channel and pulled up his fucking bullshit video where he gave passes to a bunch of leftist content creators because they're his friends. And then of course everything that Quentin's done recently. I don't know if somebody needs to talk to Quentin. Quinn needs some help because also there's the thing.
That's my
Quentin.
next video topic is plagiarism, because I'm sure you saw that Claudine Gay was resigned from Harvard and did what everybody expected her to do, which is blame racism and her mental health and all that shit. Like, you could literally call it. But exactly, when I was watching that clip from Chud Logic, he is, like I said, just over and over demanding the chat. Where's the proofs? Where are the proofs? Where is one clip of Mueller saying anything that could be considered anti-SJW? Not, and all they were doing was like, yeah, but he had the quartering on, and he had short fat like, SFO is like some far-right extremist first of all, but okay. He had the quartering on, and he said SFO on, and he's like, no, I don't care about who he's spoken to or had on his podcast. I don't care about what they have said. Show me what he has said. And they're just, because, and the other thing that they sent him were lefty crumb tubers and bread tubers talking about Mueller and saying that Mueller had done this stuff. Where's the fucking proofs? Because they just repeat and regurgitate stuff.
Yes, and when they do that, they never seem to understand the disconnect of it's like, well, I'm not gonna listen to this podcast because these guys clearly do nothing but shit on women, but you don't even hear enough or see enough of the content to actually know whether or not they're guilty of the thing you're accusing them of, because you don't even want to listen to whether or not the shit is true. You just wanted to say it because you're mad. And it is the same thing. You guys are mad. You don't like it when he's right or when he has a point, even if your favorite content creator said he had a point, because they're so stuck in hiding behind the purse strings and hiding in the pocketbook of another content creator that they'll make accusations blindly, and even if they're proven wrong about the accusation because it's not even accurate to what's being discussed and they just wanted to go on an anti-bender against that person, they'll then fall back on, well, they're just an ACW anyways. That's how you know. And I've had people try that.
And that part, yes, that stuff's equally lazy and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just, yes, exactly. Sorry, go ahead.
I've had people try that.
Worked up.
Trust me, I know. I write down notes about this all the fucking time. I hate when people do that. And one of the biggest things that came to it recently was that heel versus babyfaces as breakdown of Starfield, because I wrote
as was right.
As was right.
Fuck you,
100%.
as was right. Fuck you, as was right. He got completely vindicated.
Because one of the biggest issues with that situation, which I made reference to in my coverage of the Twitch meta shit, is like, oh man, you guys want to fuck around. Bye, Nail. I gotta go to the door real quick. 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh shit! Oh, my legs. Everything hurts. I didn't realize how heavy this goddamn multimedia boxes were before I moved them. Fuck. The thing that pissed me off with that, and I made mention of it in my coverage of the Twitch meta, is, oh, you guys want to fuck around and get an act man? Because that's how you fuck around and get an act man. One of the biggest things that have annoyed me recently.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, in reference to the Ackman claiming that there isn't a thing that was done on Nexus mods where they make it a political point to remove anything that goes against their particular political viewpoints and agendas. That.
When I think Actman, I think about the quantum TV drama, which I was
yes,
like,
yes. It's great that you mentioned that, because ever since he's gone viral for that, people basically gave him carte blanche to believe, oh no, he's one of the good ones. He would never do something cringe as fuck like that.
Yeah, and then he went and did that.
Yeah, and then he did all that shit recently and just basically trying to push himself further and further deeper into culture war shit, and then using his viewpoints as a fallback line for Freedom Newport to work on. The same way that Video Game Donkey gets brought up in video game conversations, and he constantly goes between the I'm not a serious content reviewer and listen to my jokes. I'm being posted on the fucking games Reddit about this. You have to listen to my criticisms, when it's like, no, you clearly are taking the piss about big things, especially JRPGs. Why are people listening to somebody who clearly hates it, just like fucking Aaron Hansen hated Sonic? Like, why are people going to you? And I think
I don't know.
When I have taken extensive notes, and I've started making extensive keep-ups of anything, and I know that part of it is definitely this thing that is, to quote Mentis Wave, cathedralite woke sculpts.
Yes. You know where that comes from. You know where the term, where the use of the term cathedral comes from.
Yes.
My boy, Curtis Yarvin. Yeah.
Like the sheer cathedral-like thinking that happens over the internet is what supports the concept of dead internet theory, because all the people who keep pushing and talking about those concepts, they are always quoting it from somebody else. They are always quoting somebody else's words. They're always repeating something that they heard uncritically. I feel like I'm ranting to myself again, like in the middle of preparation for a debate for one of my videos. But
no, you're completely right. You're completely right.
They always are quoting somebody else's word for it. And then when somebody corrects them on it, and they say, well, bro, I didn't know all that. God damn, that was a satisfying pop. This build's gonna be so good. But when they get confronted by that information by somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, and they get the reference to every single thing that's being said, and it's like, no, bro, that's not real. That's not true. That isn't a thing that happens. That's not a consideration. That's never been said. That's never been done. I know for a fact that it hasn't. Here's examples that it hasn't. And they fall back on it, and it's like, oh, you're just one of those guys because you like somebody like this. You want somebody that tries to give you attention. Or, oh, you guys just don't like that because you guys hate this because elitism. For video games, it's elitism. For content creators, it's, well, you're one of those people that's like them because you want to be famous and you want to sidle up to them because
you associated with somebody or you said some, I don't know, like that's the thing, like that's what they were trying to get Mahler on, right? Was that was the, and they try to get that with Internet Historian as well. You associate with JonTron and therefore you must be guilty of plagiarisms. And by the way, that plagiarism claim was such hot bullshit.
It was something that had already been settled out of court. They had already done everything necessary to address it. It was just brought up for the same reason that my editor made sure to mention to me in my chat, that the reason people were shitting on, I believe it was Meat Canyon, is because of his relationship to Wendigoon, because they were losing their shit about Wendigoon a week ago.
And I don't know why they're, and which is something I also don't, I can understand. Wendigoon does not talk about politics at all, but Wendigoon likes guns. Wendigoon is a Christian. That's what they're really mad about, is that he likes guns and he's a Christian, and therefore they have extrapolated a whole litany of things that he must therefore believe. Now, can they find any evidence of any of these things? No, because Wendigoon's never talked about politics. And he likes conspiracy theories, or he talks about them. So therefore, he must be this far right. I guess he does the boogaloo aesthetic, and they're like, well, that's proof he's because he does like the night vision goggles and stuff. By the way, all of Bill's presents came in late for Christmas because we live on this tiny island and never get shit on time. So just today when it came in, I got him a Hawaiian shirt, but it has dice on it like D&D style, So it fits him. It looks really nice on him. So it looks great. He doesn't like the colors because I think he said it looks a little bit pukish because it's like green and blue on the dye. But I think it looks really nice. I think it looks very nice. Anywho, but yeah, like they just assume that shit about Wendigoon. I mean, you don't have to assume that shit about Bill. Everyone knows what Bill's politics are. But like, yeah, they have to hate on Wendigoon. But it's like, you don't know anything about his politics. He's never talked about it, which is the safe way to be, by the way, on the internet. That is the safest way to be. But it's clearly not. It's clearly not entirely safe, because they'll just make shit up. When they can't find anything, they'll just make shit up. Mahler has on people on EFAP, of which...
I don't think I need to be doing that.
I mean, so many people have been on EFAP. What are you talking about? But because he's had on some people who are, more right-leaning. I've been on EFAP. Quartering's been on, Sargon's been on, Short Fat Otaku's been on. Short Fat Otaku's not yes. Well, I mean, pretty much everyone's been on. But... because you've had people who could be considered right-leaning or are right-leaning, that somehow it's what's it called, the associative property is that you're saying, well, by the associative property, therefore Mahler is right-wing. No, that's not how this works. Mahler talks about, he goes into autistic detail of problems in writing in films and television, mostly films.
No love.
There's nothing in that's the thing that was brought up in that Chud Logic clip, which is from a year ago, by the way. So it's not new, where they were like, well, watch his Black Panther thing, and you'll see how racist he is. He didn't go through the whole thing, but the little bit he watched was Mahler saying, well, okay, if the Wakandans got access to this technology, thousands of years ago that allowed them to develop way faster than everyone around them, why did they just wall themselves off and not conquer everybody else around them like every other civilization that had a technological advantage? Yeah, throughout all of human history. Every civilization, if they had a technological advantage over another civ, would have taken it over or would have expanded to have more land, to have more resources. I think it's, and I think Mueller didn't say it, because he didn't, he just said that's difficult to believe, right?
Yeah, it's one of those questions that if you think about it hard enough, it's like, you know, if the Germans had an advantage, why are we all speaking German right now? Damn, it's really weird that we didn't get conquered in World War II. It's one of those situations. But because, in their minds, because he put out the implication, that's, quote, a dog whistle. Because what he's saying is, well, clearly, they were just too stupid. Those stupid monkeys were too dumb. That's what he was saying. But
he was saying they're the most advanced civilization on Earth. Why didn't they conquer the whole planet? Yeah. And that was like, that's what. Well, why didn't they? If they have this magic space science shit, 3,000 years ago. Why did they just wall themselves off and not conquer everybody? Because it's a good question in terms of the logic.
It's like one of those moments.
It's a good question.
It's one of those moments where if a person who was a film channel that specializes in spoofs would be like, how Wakanda got founded, and it's like this fucking hazy weed plant vision where good guy Nick Black King is getting talked to Bast, and it's like, and you will use my powers correctly, and you will make sure to conquer only 5 tribes around you and unify into a country, and then we will expand across the world. No, you will stay here, and you will stay inside this magical dome, and you will never give away the metal. Never give away the metal. Never give away the metal. Not even for a superiority advantage to make the world, excuse me.
Not even for trade? Not for anything?
Not even to make them dependent upon us? No. This is to be used correctly. Right. And what are you going to do if I don't? And it's like, turn off your powers. Okay, I do what you say. It's like,
it's just, look, I didn't watch Black Panther 2, to be fair, because it looked awful. But I watched the first one, and I liked it. I mean, it was like, I didn't love it. I thought it was a perfectly fine, like, Marvel movie. Now, I'm a really big fan of Christopher Priest's run on Black Panther. Like, a really big fan.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that's, oh my god, I always hate that I have to say shit like this, right? Because there's always the oh, you're just racist because you don't like, no. That's the same thing that they're doing to Mueller. Well, that's racist. How is it racist? It's a good question. Why didn't they take over the whole world? Like, why did they just stop there? They took over 4 other tribes and then we're like, nah, that's it. What? Why? But you have to, if you're gonna say shit like that, you have to give some kind of explanation narratively as to why they did that, and why did no one ever discover them until they invented the cloaking technology, which they didn't invent for thousands of years, or for hundreds of years, I guess. They hadn't invented it yet. Using, yes, the vibranium, I guess, or using their advanced technology, they were able to invent this cloaking shit, but which explains why you can't find it, via satellite now. But why did no one run into Wakanda before that? Why? No, there's no history. It's difficult to buy. You have to come up with some kind of, and it's impossible. You just have to come up with a narrative explanation that they had something that, I don't know, some reason why no one else was able to find them. There's no historical record. And, actually something just popped in my head. I was thinking about, because I've been rewatching Doctor Who because I'm very sad about what they've done to one of my favorite TV shows. There is, in the first series, is it in the first series, or is it in Martha Jones's run? Anyway, when New Who started, there's a point where like one of the companions, was it actually? Who was it? Comes across this old guy who's got all of these. He's like, you can see him all throughout history. No, it's Christopher Eccleston, so it must be Rose. Where you can see him all throughout history. It's like you could have done something like that, and it's just a crackpot who believes this stuff, right? Like there's just crackpots who know stuff about Wakanda because they've pieced stuff together, and they're all dismissed by historians because there's not strong evidence, right? You could have just done something like that. Look, there's your narrative. Gave it to you. Look, it took me 10 seconds. Jesus Christ.
It'd be like somebody in the MCU is tracking Wakanda, trying to cover up the knowledge of vibranium, and it's like, everywhere in civil history, anytime there's been some military faction that's gotten power, in comes these secret agents and shit, and they killed them, and it's like, no, you're clearly crazy, and it's like, no, look, here's the metal, and it's like one of the heroes or even the CIA character that was done by Martin Freeman, and he's like, oh no, I actually recognize that. I recognize that beat because it's one of those fucking magic beats that they have that Shuri uses a lot in the second film, and they use a little bit in the first film. It's like, no, I recognize that technology. And it's like every single time he gets a picture of one of the members of the I wanted to call her Okoye because that fucking actress is everywhere, the Michelle Williams actress, but one of the members of the stupid ass fucking black bald head force. That's, I don't know why that came up that way. Goddamn, I can't remember that. You know what I'm talking about though. But he gets a picture of, like, each time he's gotten a spotting of them. Dora Milaje, thank you. I was thinking of the other the full female slave force that was not specifically concubines of Dahomey.
Not the Dahomey. That's a different thing altogether.
Those are different warrior concubines. But every single time he's got a spotting of him, he only gets a spotting of one of the members of the Dora Milaje. But then he starts but then the person who's a part of the CA part starts piecing together the pictures, and it's like a big collage of each of the members. And then at the center of it, they have a picture of the old Black Panther, T'Chaka. And then they're starting to notice that, well, every single time there's one of the Dora Milaje, here's the Black Panther. So they have to figure out that's what's happening. It's like they've been covering it up over the years, and that there could have been a subplot, honestly, that should have been made, where it's like the reason why he became a CAF after working on the fucking shit itself is because he had a father that was involved with them, going all the way back to Hank Pym's time, where it's like he has friendly chats with him. Because set up the Illuminati, because you motherfuckers surely didn't, not since fucking... Well, actually, no, they didn't set it up at all. Because they just dropped that on us in Multiverse of Madness. That's what I would have done. Anyways, that's not important. That shit is a perfect case example, where something will be brought up, and we'll bring up a case and a question, and we'll just leave the question there, because asking the question then allows you to ask further questions, because that's the whole fucking thing from TV tropes that they love to swear by when they say media literacy, when it's like, no, it's not your media literacy, it's the media literacy of a guy who thought about it, from TV tropes that said it.
Oh, can I,
Yes.
Let me just make a massive apology to the whole world from my field, from communication, media psychology to the world. I am so sorry for inventing the term media literacy, because that comes from my field, and it is, I in terms of quote unquote scientific terminology, it's difficult, and by social science terminology, put it that way, because otherwise that would get too vast. In terms of social science terminology, there is no term more bastardized and misunderstood than the term media literacy. Oh my god, when I hear lay people, and I am gonna use that term myself, when I hear lay people pull that shit out and talk with authority using it, it makes me want to scream, because almost never do they have any fucking clue what media literacy means, let alone what media literacy research looks like. Oh my god, it's infuriating. It's absolutely fucking infuriating.
I know it pisses me the fuck off. I don't know how much it pisses you the fuck off, but I imagine a lot. Because it's like somebody saying, I'm an expert on these things, and it's like, okay, expert, export to me. Teach me some shit. And it's like, well, bro, I can't just...
Yes, to know.
It's like...
Yeah, but I actually could. That's the difference. I literally taught media literacy. I literally taught media literacy at the collegiate level. So yes, would you like to know?
Because I know when I hit people with that in the middle of the debate, it's like, well, you know that's supposed to mean when you understand something. No, that's not actually what it means.
No,
so
that's
go
not
ahead.
what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Media literacy, to be succinct about it, it means having the tools, having the tool set to be able to dissect things that are fake, or that are fiction from fact, and being able to construct a landscape of your media consumption that is combined of both and delineate the two. That's media literacy. That's the most basic definition I can provide for people. That's media literacy. And the people who talk about media literacy don't have any media literacy. It's astonishing to me. They use that term to refer to all kinds of random shit that the term has nothing to do with. I've never seen a term. You know a term that got appropriated by lay people correctly? Parasocial relationship. That one has been used almost entirely correctly. I've very rarely seen that used inappropriately, because everyone really knows what that means. Like, I think prima facie, we know what a parasocial, because we've seen it. We've all
Yeah,
seen it. Most of us have
course.
felt it and had one. So we can, lay people can very easily understand the term parasocial relationship and what that means, what the definition of that jargon is. Media literacy, on the other hand, no. It's something that has to be trained. You have to. You don't just have it. Unlike parasociality, that can happen. That happens instantaneously. That's a process, of the natal process of the human brain not being able to understand that the things on the screen are different from things in real life because we didn't evolve with screens. Media literacy is something that literally needs to be taught because it is a process of learning how to differentiate fact from fiction in media consumption. So when people say that they are media literate, I really always have to go, how? And I'm not saying you have to take a class, but what did you do? Like, how did you become media literate? What did you do in order to obtain the skill? Because it is a skill. Talents and skills are different also. A talent is something innate. Media literacy is not a talent. Media literacy is a skill. So when they just throw this term around about, and they'll use it to apply to all kinds of shit, like about movie analysis. That has nothing to do with media literacy, you dipshit. Oh my god, now that part really gets under my skin.
I know it gets under my skin, especially when they just say media literacy to say media literacy, because it's like them trying to throw a big word around that they definitely don't understand
jargon.
and don't use correctly as jargon, as like a way to shut you up. And it's like, no, actually, I'm not going to shut up. I know what I'm talking about, and I know the thing that you're mentioning is not what that means. I know you're making that shit up just as a way to get over it. And then it's like, well, bro, why do you care so much?
Yeah,
it's like,
that shit doesn't work on me.
yeah.
I
really fucking hate when people hit me with the fucking, well, why do you care so much? I'm like, why did you say it?
Why do you care so much? Oh, I hate that term. You know, I was actually talking to Bill about this earlier today. When they're trying to remove Trump off the ballots in a bunch of states, right?
I don't understand.
And I'm going to tweet that. Several states. Colorado's already done it. That's going to go back. Did New York do it? I don't remember. A couple of states are trying to remove him from the ballot altogether. And I retweeted, I think, James Lindsay or somebody talking about it. And I said, democracy. When they say our democracy, what they mean is our one-party totalitarian state. And every time, Carl, without fail, every time I say anything, be it in a YouTube video, a stream, or a tweet, and I use the word democracy as it refers in any way to America, there will inevitably be some Redditor fuck who responds, actually, America's not a democracy, it's a democratic republic. And it's like, yes, we know. Congratulations that you have an 8th grade education. I'm very happy for you, but that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. I'm very happy for you that you know that America is a democratic republic. But did you miss that word? First of all, I wasn't saying anything about democracy in that particular instance. I was saying that this is when they say in that, like that whole big compilation clip that you can look up. I just go to YouTube and type in our democracy. This is very dangerous to our democracy. And you can see them, thousands of news anchors saying our democracy. This is very dangerous for our democracy. They say it constantly. Go to Twitter and type in, quote, our democracy and see how many leftists use that constantly to mean their hegemony. Oh man, I'm getting worked up. And you'll see that I'm quoting them using this phrase, our democracy, not me saying our democracy. It's just like, I get it. Your mommy and daddy told you were very, very smart. That is the biggest red flag to me of people who are like, yes, mommy and daddy told you were very smart, is when someone sees the word democracy in reference to America and goes, actually, it's a democratic republic. I don't care. Anything that you would ever say following that is beyond worthless because you're a fucking idiot. If that's all you can do is just be like, actually, go back to watching fucking Rick and Morty, you moron.
True. Peter Sutton, I think I sent you a POV link inside of my thing, but I still have the POV that I sent you right here, so I will give you the link to that right now. I can actually go over my POV for my Crowbar build for you, because you're probably going to need to overcap some of your resistances as well as your evasion. I don't know what your character has, so I can only just go by reference by what I did with my character. So we'll figure that out, buddy. Don't you worry. We're gonna make sure we get you some help, because Cobra Lash is hard. Don't blame Arrow, because it's not Arrow's fault. But going back to that thing, going through a lot of his videos and just like absorbing his channel's content. Him and Homath have been one of the biggest ones I've been watching every so often when I go off air to just pay attention to a lot of the media shit, because even when I make TikToks, I come across his stuff, but I don't like doing the thing where I fall behind people the same way that I do on Twitter, because on Twitter, I make sure to echo people's opinions so that people cannot say they didn't hear a thing.
Let's talk about echo. Go ahead.
Because I don't like people claiming or saying that I steal people's posts when literally that tweet that I made. No, I don't. I like to retweet a lot, and then I like to copy pasta the thing, and then when a person says, why did you do this? It's like, because I want people to see it. Or when I retweet my own posts after I do something like that. But something recently that came up, specifically in terms with the lol clouds and shit, is my post where I was making jokes at them with an edited picture of Gohan's glasses looking at a pair of tits. I forgot what anime those tits were from, but somebody who recognizes those pair, let me know in the Discord. I made my whole fucking take that I'm pretty sure I have on hand here, because this new system of how we can look at our fucking media things on X is kind of same-ish, but go back, scroll past the woman with the giant milkers, because that situation hasn't gotten any better. It's over here, yeah, right here. So localizers bitching about AI on Twitter after you were caught butchering and butchering translations and bragging about it. You brought it on as yourself. Do your job correctly or get replaced. Your choice. If you're replaced, you won't be missed. And then there was a person who came across to my post, and I asked him straight up, "Why would you remove my name from my own post so that you can copy my shit across platform?" Of course, I know why they did that. Because I've been starting. I haven't ever been. No, not I haven't. Not that I haven't ever been. I have become more serious about making sure shit that I say and credit to things that I do gets recognized, because I'm tired of my talking points, literally my exact ideas and talking points, being taken by other people and them using it, and then people quoting my words to me and then hitting you with media literacy. That's something that I've been getting annoyed with more often than not, because I hate people taking my arguments and trying to use them on me like I didn't bring it up from my own brain, and then when I prove to them, no, that is my meme, no, that is my tweet, no, that is my thought line, I'm the one who said it, here's the timestamp when I said it, here's the day I said it on, here's exactly the media sources I used to make the fucking thing, and it's like, oh, why are you trying to gatekeep? I hate when people do that, because it is one of the biggest issues that I have. But back to the thing that brought me to the idea, I've been watching a lot more of Memphis Wave, because I've noticed that a lot of those people that use that.
I'm glad you have. I started binging his shit like a month ago, and then I was like, Mentis, you have to come on our show, because
yeah,
I mean he's an I think he described himself as a libertarian, but he's like leaning ANCAP. And so I was like, how do you feel about the monarchy question?
Yeah, I feel like he's very aware on the ANCAP question, but I wouldn't care either way.
Yeah.
I don't care about his personal shit either way, but his ideas are great and his talking points are great, especially how he breaks down bread too. Because a lot of people are too lazy to fucking go look, which that's one of the biggest issues when it comes to a lot of these people having platforms. It's literally nobody ever fucking fact checks them on the spot, and he does, which is great. The cathedral thinking is the biggest issue, that is the biggest hurdle. Because of course, when you hear people talk about these issues, or these topics, at any point in time that they go viral, they will only talk about the virality of the issue. And they'll never actually think, well, why is it that this person does that? And I know for me, that it comes up only because I have gotten to the point now where people like fucking cringe YouTubers like Shark03 will bring me up in a conversation. It's the fucking lolcow that tried to make that hit piece on me about a couple years back. He, every so often, he sends a spy into my Discord and I ban them immediately. Because he and a bunch of other people from there like to keep tabs on people. And I know he was mauling at me particularly because I had counterpoints on in my server once with you when we were doing because it was the versus chat that I banned Whisper from the Woods from, because Whisper from the Woods was trying to cannibalize my showtime. People mentioned me to him, and he figured the best way to try and get one over on me was to try and harass me out the gate and try and discredit me before I could go viral. That bitch is gonna get hit. He's gonna get his shit coming, don't you worry. SinglePlayerCarl is gonna make a clip of him one day. But away from that, a lot of those cathedral-like thinkers, they love to disincentivize and discredit people's arguments against things that they would be proven wrong about, because they don't like when people mention that they can't just make shit up and that they can't be fact-checked on it, because they want to use, well, see, he's a dog whistler because he said this one thing once and he used a joke that I thought was icky. It gave me bad vibes, bro, so I don't like him. Because, like, yeah, of course, he was, fucking Ethan Klein was 100% right. They go off of nothing but they go off of nothing
Just
but fucking feelings and vibes.
It's
but
always with these people. That's again, we keep coming back to this point. It's like, it's the thing with Mahler, just like, this is how I feel about it. I feel that Mahler is a right-wing extremist anti-SGW. It's like, yeah, where's the proofs? Oh, I don't have any. It's how I feel. It's like, with the H. Mahler guy shit too, an internet historian. I feel that he's a right-winger because he knows he's worked with JonTron or whatever. And okay, with that cave video, right? The cave video, that's the alleged smoking gun. I'm so confused by that one because, okay, let's say he took parts from articles. Now, he's fixed this, by the way. He re-uploaded the video with citations, and he cut out the parts that were directly sourced, which my guess is, and this is me being, giving him the benefit of the doubt, which of course H. Bomber Guy doesn't do, because he's an asshole, is that Internet Historian probably has writers. And I know that, like, H. Bomber Guy was comparing him to Illuminati, and Illuminati was just straight up stealing shit. You didn't know that? Like, in his 8-hour video.
I did not, because I haven't watched it for content yet, and I didn't know if I needed to, but now I have to. Really? You're gonna compare him to Blair Vaughn?
Yes, yes, that's why he brings up. That's why H. Bomber Guy brought up Internet Historian at all, is to compare him to Blair, who just stole shit whole cloth. What the difference is, I would say, is, first of all, Internet Historian changed the video. He fixed it. What do you want him to do now? You're bringing shit up a year after he fixed it.
He effectively just wants him to delete the video. That's what he wants him to do.
Because he thinks he's a Nazi, because he's made this shit up. He's invented all the shit in his head. Because he's because he's JonTron on. And it's just, and that really is what I think the crux of it is. But, oh my gosh. So he'd already fixed it a year before H. Bomber Guy puts out his video. He'd already fixed it a year beforehand. And secondly, how can he, at some point, he's retelling historical events. How much can he, like, make new stuff? If you're talking about a historical event, something that you're not like writing a new story, you're not making up a work of fiction, you are describing an historical event. What's he supposed to do? I'm not. Yes, he shouldn't read things word for word without citing and saying it's a quote. That's true, and he changed that because apparently he did that. But to what do you want him to do at some point? You want him to make things up? Because that's what you guys do, isn't it? That's what it is. You make shit up, and you sit there and go, "Oh, Mahler's a raging anti-SGW. I don't need proof because that's how I feel." So that's my truth. That's why they use that phrase too. My truth, my truth. Not the truth, my truth. God damn it. I do love when they show their whole ass like that, though.
I remember why I brought up Signifier. It's because, using Signifier as an example, because I'm sure you paid attention to the Cop City shit when he was trying to debate Destiny, and he was too much of a bitch that he clicked out of his own fucking debate, so Destiny just sent the money to Cop City directly, and he was molding about it. I remember the day, because I remember now why I brought up why I brought him up in connection to fucking Shark. I dislike the fact that I know that that bitch's name is Chris, because there are too many people I know named Chris, including one of my moderators. But Christopher ran to fucking Signifier. I still need to learn what his first name is, because I'm pretty sure it's something like Francis. But I will respect Signifier, and I will call him Siggy D instead. Because I like Sunny Delight, and that is tolerable. I remember the fucking February-ish stream that Destiny had, where he saw the clip of fucking Christopher running to fucking CDD saying, I hate that Destiny does the Debrito stuff, because I remember when I used to like him when I tried copying her shit before I stole his website, and it just feels like, you know, he fell off. It's a horrible thing. And I remember how he was signaling up to him because he was using him as a way to be able to get his content in front of more people, because this guy has absolutely not enough of an audience that I know of, because I know a lot of his audience is carried over because he was a waiting room for Vosh before Vosh got banned off the platform. And then ever since Dylan had put a stop on Hippy Dippy Roundtable, but I guess the other night when Stardust was streaming, he's brought it back. I don't know. I saw Vosh on there, and he looks so fucking nervous because he's hoping, wait, is Destiny gonna come here? Is he gonna fuck me? Like, he didn't look comfortable at all.
It's so funny because Destiny is his senpai, you know, and he still sees him that way in a weird, like, it's bizarre. It's that, like, he has to fuck with Destiny because he's like, I let me show you, Sensei, how I have mastered the art of the debate, bro. And Destiny just doesn't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
That is stupid ass.
It was one of the
I love
things.
it.
It was one of the things that I noticed when I saw them. It was him and Keffels, Clara, sidling up to him, along with. Well, I wouldn't say that Brianna Wu was sidling up to him, because Brianna Wu actually has legitimate money through. I think it's called Righteous Victory. The Wu influx of money, the political Wu cash. Yeah.
I don't know how. Well, I know that Brianna got a bunch of money because they ran for political office. Also, Brianna Wu was on Adam and Such a couple times, which were really difficult streams to get through. Where it was just like, it felt like a struggle session. And I actually don't. Sorry, I have this door next to me that goes to our crawl space, and when the wind has been terrible. It's been very windy. It just sometimes opens. So if you hear a loud, like, slamming noise, it's this door next to me opening.
Oh, no. I remember your cut corner.
Oh, did I? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen your cut corner stuff.
My cuck corner, yes, my cuck corner. But I do you think Brianna Wu is a woman? Like, I
think
I've
they
seen
act
all
very
the
much like a woman.
documents. I've seen all the documents that show that a transgender woman, which would be okay. I mean, look, I think that Brianna Wu has been a really horrific person at points in times, but also has made some decent points. And generally speaking, I will use someone's preferred pronouns as long as they're not an asshole to me, because it is a respect thing, right? Like, as long as you haven't treated me like shit, I will use your preferred pronouns. Or if you're a general asshole just to the whole world, like Keffels, you can get fucked. You're a man, okay? I don't give a shit, personally. I know you're on Twitch, sorry, but that's just my opinion. That's my opinion, Twitch. Are you okay? You're right with that? Because Twitch can get probably not.
I don't give a fuck. But let me not be flippant about that.
But that's because Keffels is a legitimately horrific person.
Yes, the fucking drama that they had like a week ago where they're like, I was raped. I feel like that was cry for attention. I know Judd Logic covered it. God damn, he covered everything.
Though.
But
I remember it was the holidays. I might have been a little bit distracted, and I was working on finishing my video, but I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's less important than this particular discussion, but I know that it's a thing that came up because I felt, to me, when I saw that particular news, I felt to me like they were just reaching for something to have attention brought to themselves. It wasn't necessarily important or actually at all meaningful, but it's a thing that they did and tried to do. They did indeed try to do as like a coping mechanism to justify getting out involved in the shit. But wrapping back around, because I'm trying to make sure I finish this point, because I'm writing it down. Because I remember why I brought up Signifier in connection to Mentis Wave. I think it's one of the things that they have done, they being BreadTube, and people who are BreadTube adjacent. Basically, essayists and video streamers and video editors / streamers on multiple platforms that have succeeded by basically deplatforming, talking shit about their enemies, and then justifying their position of, well, their opinions are bad because, see, I have the bigger audience. It's not like we spent years on end trying to cut them at the ankle and bleed them dry while saying that they were pipelines to terroristic violence. A lot of that cathedral-like thinking comes from them, and that attitude comes in the biggest forefront from their audiences with the cathedral shit. And I think at least in terms of the SJW isms, that one of the things we content creators need to do is we have to start retiring words. We have to start retiring words like SJW.
Yeah.
We need to start calling them fucking wolf skulls. Because
I think we have kind of. That's a thing. I feel like
I think the masses
online
haven't caught up to it yet. Yeah.
I think the online right, and I'm using that in a very, very broad sense, and by that I mean anyone who is not in the extreme far leftist camp. Let me put it that way, because it's not people who are right. It's people who are centrist. It's people who are apolitical. Many of these people are apolitical, but hate. Like, for example, with Mahler. Mahler's apolitical. He doesn't give a shit. Who knows? Actually, maybe Mahler has really extreme leftist politics. He just likes good writing.
He could have extreme left. We would never know because he never uses that as the banking point for you just listen and believe me because left isn't right. It's like, no, here's what I think. Here's my editing to demonstrate my example. If you don't like it, come to my podcast and we'll talk about it. But they never take it up because they don't want to be exposed. Because in my viewpoint, they don't like the idea of being perceived. They'll talk a lot of shit. It's one of the words I came up with, it being content roaches. Because it's definitely something that a lot of the left wing does. But most especially a lot of these fucking editors, especially Noah Samson when he got his shit pushed in. Even though I dislike Vosh, rightfully getting his shit pushed in by Vosh, acting fucking irreverent and sardonic until he got kicked in his fucking bird chest, and now he just makes the correct target videos on the correct people he is allowed to criticize because he knows he doesn't want that smoke again. That attitude that they have, where they'll get really braggadocious until, oh shit, I actually have to debate it live, and then they can't bring up any of these talking points that they have to have readily available, or if they try to, they get steamrolled. Not in the sense that they get mowed down and they're not allowed to speak, but no, those ideas are dumb, and here's the reason why. Let's talk about it. Here's the reason why I think that's dumb. Let me use examples that have actually happened to demonstrate so, because that's a part of the way that I consume media. I don't just go off of, well, this happened before because I hate it because elitism, because stay away from my video games. That was one of the things that pissed me off, that made me go in on him. Not Signifier. Christopher. I think that's what I'm gonna call him. Christopher. With Zark03, him trying to make a hit piece on me, from when we had covered it, when I was trying to have you and Connor counterpoints on, was that he just talked about me because he didn't want to mention the reason why I was talking about it, and I was making jokes about Asher Roboto, which was the person he was trying to defend me for.
You got into a fight with counterpoints.
Well, no, I didn't. It was me, you, and him were on, and it was one of the things I wanted to... Yeah, you both of you were on at the same time, because I remember, because it was when I went banned the Whisper in the Woods, because it was right after that, and then the video after that where I had to show why I banned him was the stream that we had where he covered Shark03 talking shit about me, and him being wrong and loud about his opinions, which then led to me coming up with the chronology that I now use about tourists being wrong and loud. His entire talking point against me in this hit piece that he made, which was very poorly made, that even his audience didn't truly understand and has still been one of his worst performing videos, was because he wanted to get his audience to attack me and try to use me as a look. This is how they talk, this is how they act. But he didn't have any true understanding of exactly what the points I had were. He just wanted to bring me up for the purpose of bringing me up because he saw me say things about a streamer he wanted to try and kiss the ass of. But in the truth of that situation being about people trying to use easy mode difficulties concerning Dark Souls as a justification of shit. It's like, no, video games have difficulties for reasons because they are for certain audiences. I would not care if a person tomorrow were to say, I only want to play Elden Ring to learn the lore of the game, which in her case is what she was doing. The reason that story was even covered by him was because I was covering her, and the reason I was covering her is because either through the means of a troll trolling her in her chat room, or somebody who just saw her being bad at Kingdom Hearts 2 on the easiest difficulty, struggling on bosses, trying to learn the lore of the game, went to her chat and was like, you're playing on the easy mode, lol, kek, and she mauled about it because she got on my radar, because she is a content creator who's known for trying to make skits to try and shitpost and attack people in her personal life. And she had made a shitpost about people, well, it wasn't even a shitpost, it was effort posting, because she puts in a lot of editing and a lot of bullshit for like videos that will only be seen on Twitter, of somebody who tried to congratulate her about a personal achievement in her life. And that personal achievement, they thought wasn't something to do with her becoming, I think, a Twitch member or a Twitch ambassador. I think she's a Twitch admin now, which is the other reason she got covered. by fucking Polygon and Kotaku, because woman crying on the internet must offend her. Particularly when it came to her fucking gay bullshit, it was that she felt upset because they thought the thing that she had to celebrate was her finally being pregnant with her first child. And she went on the internet screaming and crying, saying, if you think the only thing women have to be congratulated about is their pregnancies, you're fucking boring. There's a whole song and dance that she did with a whole fucking face. I can find you the...
What? No, I'm... Hang on, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have to try and process this. She's upset that people were congratulating her on being pregnant.
No,
I mean,
she was upset on people congratulating her about her achievements because they assumed she was pregnant, and she started mauling because how dare you assume that I'm pregnant? I can be happy about other things. That's what she was upset about.
Bitch, I get that kind of shit all the fucking time. Who can't? Oh my god, people are so fucking sensitive. Oh my god, I mean, like, I can be sensitive about stuff. Like, something that annoys me a lot, Carl. That I get all the time now. And I shouldn't tell people what annoys me, but I've told people before, so I'll just repeat it. I hate being called an AI. I hate being called an AI, or that my content is made by AI. Because it takes me so much work. It's so much work. Everything that I do is I put so much fucking effort into it, from the research to the writing to then Bill writes the jokes, so I don't put the effort in there, but to then the whole editing process. Like, it's a huge amount of work, and when I just see a comment that's like, this seems like it was made by AI, it's like that gets under my skin. That one does. I don't know why it does. And why? Well, I do know why it does, because I just said, because I put a huge amount of effort into it.
You put in so much effort, and at the same time, the fact that you've never hidden who you are, even with using your fucking thing, it's what made you want to go on camera for the first time. That shit. That's something that's tilting.
I'm still getting it on new videos where I'm now on camera, and they're like, this seems like AI content. Or is this written by AI? Really? You think so? I mean, like, I know AI has gotten advanced, but you really think that AI can not only write these jokes? Those jokes are written by Bill, because they're spicy. You can't pull that shit out of like these obscure media references. Yeah, AI can do that. 2, you think that AI is able to, it's not, by the way, because I've tried, just out of curiosity, to be able to cite a paper and write a paper. I don't know, Claudine Gay, how's that working out for you? If it came from AI, you could run the script through AI and it would be able to tell you that it was ran through AI. But it's not, because it's an actual fucking literature review. But again, it's like people just say shit like that because, and in particular, I think when it's stuff that they don't like, that's the new kind of, that's one of the new go-tos, right? And I'm going to probably talk about it. I'm going to write this video about the plagiarism stuff, right? About H-Bomber guy thing and the Claudine Gay stuff with Harvard. And I think I'm going to relate some of my experiences with that, which is that I think...
Aiden, hold that thought. One second.
Sure.
Just hold that idea for 1 second. What, mother? No. Okay, sorry. Continue, please.
Yeah, when the next video I'm going to write is going to be at the plagiarism issue. I've been collecting information on it since the Claudine Gay stuff started coming out. And I've also, been paying attention to the H-Bomber guy stuff, because I really want to talk about what is plagiarism. Like, what is it actually? What does it actually mean to be a plagiarist? What will make that definition? And now I've also lost my train of thought. But whatever. It just... the AI stuff. Is that Bill and I kind of had an idea to make it a joke, is at the end of the video to say that this entire video was generated by AI, just as a meme. But I know that if I say that even as a joke, people will take it 100% seriously. They won't be able to, because... And I've said this a bunch of times, that I think that people are reasonably worried about AI, replacing people. I think that's not an unfounded fear. But I also think that calling something AI made or is just the weakest cope at the same time. If you have nothing, it's just like, oh, this must be made by AI because I don't like it in some way. I think that's some real weak shit.
Something that definitely is just, they need to stop pulling it out their ass and just say what they mean.
Oh, listen to this. This is what... Yeah, I wanted to tell you this too, is that someone said to me, you've seen the Echo fight scene, have you?
I think.
Oh my god, hang on.
So,
here, watch
show
this.
me a clip of it if you have it on hand.
Yes, I do. It's right here.
For freedom.
This is a scene from the new Echo TV show. Now, I want to preface this with a couple things. I think there might be about a dozen people on planet Earth who actively like the character Echo. I am one of them from the comic books. I am one of them. I'm actually a very big fan of her run, or where her part in Daredevil Volume 2, written and in some cases illustrated by Mark Waid or Joe Quesada, written by Quesada. Quesada doesn't draw, but you know, Quesada and Mark Waid's run on Daredevil Volume 2. I think it was Quesada. Wasn't it Quesada? Pretty sure. Could be wrong. But Mark Waid wrote a bunch of it. And I own hardcovers of all of the parts of Daredevil Volume 2 involving Echo. She's a legitimate favorite character of mine. I think there's probably a dozen people on planet Earth who would say that. And they're making a TV show about her. And I'm gonna just shit on it. I'm gonna shit on it because, well, unless it's good, I'm gonna watch it though. But I guarantee I'm gonna shit on it because of everything they've done already. Do you know anything about this character? Because nobody does.
I do not. No, the first time I ever heard of this character was because of that fucking lame-ass Hawkeye show.
Yeah. So, in the comic books, Echo is a Native American woman who is deaf. And, oh, man, did I say Mark Waid? David Mack. Not Mark Waid. Did I say Mark Waid a whole bunch of times? Oh my god, David Mack. David Mack. Holy shit. Mark Waid wrote Daredevil Volume 3, not Daredevil Volume 2. That was Joe Quesada and David Mack. So it was a really cute run. I thought it was great. I loved it. In DD Volume 2, where this is in like the early 2000s, by the way. Maybe mid 2000s. She's a deaf Native American woman who has the same powers as Taskmaster. She has kinetic memory, mimicry. So if she watches somebody fight, she can mimic their abilities. The director of the movie, who's a woman, of course, the TV show, excuse me, who's a woman, has said she thought that power was lame. It was stupid. So now she has ancestral Native American powers of undefined, well, I guess maybe we'll find out in the show what they are. Like I said, there's about like a dozen people on planet Earth who give a fuck about this character. I happen to be one of them. I actually really like this character. I've liked her for a very long time. I've actually loved this character for a very long time. I have hardback covers of every single issue in which she's a part of, and I've had also David Mack sign them, the artist and creator of this character. Now, he is very excited about the show because one of his characters is being adapted. I can understand that, David. Yeah. I get it.
And money.
We had a little curse. We had a little tiff back and forth on Twitter. It wasn't an actual fight or anything. We didn't get into a big argument. But I was like, David, I love your work. I love this character, and this is not her. Because it wasn't enough that she's a Native American deaf woman. They had to also get an actress who is missing a leg. So she's also an amputee. Because I didn't tick enough boxes already, did it? God. And the fight scene, just play it. It looks. You're fine to play it.
I looked at it. Oh,
it's awful.
Oh my god. Daredevil, one of the best fucking people, and Carly Cox is Daredevil, probably one of the best representatives of fucking Daredevil's dream.
Amazing choreography in that Netflix show. Some of the best fight choreography I've ever seen.
And his fight choreography in She-Hulk was kind of okay. He was probably one of the better, brighter spots of that fucking show. Oh my god!
No, because they made him simp for She-Hulk, which he doesn't. His
fight scenes are okay. Everything else with him is not great. Yeah. I think one of the things for my review that I did with Jay that I put up on my channel was that one moment where he drops in on one of the fucking tadpoles talking about the stupid name that the fucking the lawyer's son gave them, and he just fucking either he kicks them in the head or drops a brick on the fucking head. And we're like, oh shit, that looks like he actually got brain damage.
Yeah.
The whole fucking hallway scene felt like, oh yeah, we're gonna retake what we did in season 1. We got this shit coming to you, and then lame ass fucking She-Hulk joke, but we were engrossed in that moment. It was so great. And compared to that, oh my god, please kill me. I wish to be blind.
This fight scene is so bad. Like, almost none of the hits connect. And you compare it to, as everyone is, the hallway scene in Netflix Daredevil season 1 was so fantastic. I mean, it was so visceral, as it should be, because Daredevil's a street fighter. It should be visceral shit. It should be very intense. And they're selling the show on like, oh, it's R-rated. It's super violent. And this is just terrible. She shoots him directly with a shotgun and somehow misses.
Yeah.
And none of the actual hits connect. It's really, really. I know they're trying to be like, oh, we're gonna do one or mostly one shot. It doesn't work though. It's really bad fight choreography, and I know that probably most of this is not the actress who has one leg, probably a stunt double, and probably not. A lot of it might all be Charlie Cox. I don't know, but I don't know if he does his stunts. But it's just absolutely terrible. And someone says to me, the complaints about it are lame. It's one scene. This one scene is better than any of the Dark Knight movies fight scenes. We have to hate on all things. I know.
Oh boy, that's a whole fucking soda bottle.
I know. And I said, I responded. I said, this is satire, right? He says, no. Let's list them. Terrible sword battle that ends with him tapping the ice and Batman falls through. Stupid prison fight scene where everyone's just falling for no reason. Stupid fight where Raw just blocks everything and talks to him. Do I have to do I have to do all 3? And I said, if you legitimately think this looks better than The Dark Knight, I cannot save you, my friend. I can't. I can't help you, dude.
Fucking Christ. If I had to even run defense for Nolan, which is not even defense, it's just that's the way he does the storytelling. It's not like you're going to get the Batman. Defense. Yeah, it's not like you're going to get the Batman levels of Batman, because if Robert Pattinson does not,
he's not asking for that.
Yeah.
He's saying it looks worse than the Dark Knight, than any of the fight scenes in any of the Dark Knight movies.
Which
is like, who is paying? I'm sorry, that's why people think that you people are getting paid. Because it's like, why would you say something that insane? Why would you say anything that fucking nutty? That this is better than the Dark Knight fight scenes? It looks horrific. Maybe they can fix it up in post-production, I don't know, but it looks horrific. And particularly the reason why it looks so horrific is because we all watched, well, people who are looking at this, a lot of them did watch the Netflix Daredevil show, which had amazing fight choreography.
It's just gone down in quality ever since.
This is worse than the 2003 Daredevil movie. And that's really saying something, because that movie is... Have you ever seen the director's cut of it?
I haven't, but I probably should do so.
You should, because it's actually... Now, you gotta set some things aside. You have to, like, when you go into it, you have to say, okay, this was made in 2003.
I've given my...
the superhero thing started, and it's a soundtrack by Evanescence. So you gotta put all of that aside and be like, I'm gonna see some real cringe here. But Michael Clark Duncan is Kingpin. He is Kingpin. He's fantastic. And I know that I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the guy who played him in the new show, but he's very good. He's very good.
It's that one actor who was known for doing the fucking Law and Order series all the time.
Yes.
Vincent D'Onofrio?
Yeah, he's very good. But Michael Clark Duncan knocks it so hard out of the park. The movie kind of sucks, but again, there's things in it that I love. It's one of those, I guess it's like a love-hate relationship with that film.
Yes.
Everybody I don't know if anyone could guess this. It would be difficult to surmise this, but Daredevil's kind of my favorite superhero. It's a little bit kind of my favorite. And so I do care. This is when you get into where I care. I can kind of like slough off other things where some of them. But when you get into my favorite character, I start to be a little protective. I loved that Netflix show. It was so good. It was so good. And that was only, what, 6 years ago? 7 years ago?
Yeah. I don't know if it's to the date, but yeah. And when they took it and all the others away, there was a very obvious fucking glout, even if some of the fucking tie-ins that they wanted to do as a hook for other shit was kind of cringe. It's like, no, you have something here. And then they took it away because they felt super, super concerned that if it's not on their platform, they're not directly benefiting from it. That's
why they're rebooting it. It's because Netflix, I think, owns the Daredevil show. So Disney's upset about that.
Yeah. I mean, they could just fucking suck it the fuck up and get over it and just pay them the money so they can continue forward from Disney Plus. But they're so egotistical. I would say Iger more than anything, but I'm going to blame the entire company because they have a fiduciary duty to doing what makes the most money, in my opinion. If you wanted to get full Eric July and Cappy about it.
I don't think they actually do care, though, because they've proven over the last couple of years that they actually don't care about finances at all. It's about the message, and I don't even know what this is. Like I said, I'm probably the only person who cares about Echo, besides David Mack himself. I would, having spoken to David Mack briefly on Twitter about this, I think I'm probably Echo's biggest fan. I would make that claim sincerely. I would sincerely make that claim, that I am the biggest fan of the character Echo, who exists on planet Earth besides the creator of the character himself. I would really make that claim, because I really love Echo. And I don't want to watch this. That's, like, you've lost. This is a Z-list character who appeared in a volume of Daredevil from 20 years ago. Had a short spin-off comic, and otherwise nobody knows. But some stupid bint at Marvel was like, oh my god, there's a Native American deaf woman? Well, we gotta make an adaptation of that. You know that's what it was. They just went through and was like, who ticks the most boxes? Maya Lopez. Jesus H. Christ.
It's really unfucking fortunate, because at that point you can't blame the actor. Because for them,
it's not her fault.
Yeah, of course
it's not her fault at all.
Because they are like, this is money making role. It's kind of like the other day when I had, I think it was you and Jay. Yes, I'm brain dead. I can't remember things that I did that I actively recorded myself on camera doing. But it's like when I had you and Jay on, and Jay's like, this is some shit that fucked up Jonathan Majors. For Jonathan Majors, whether or not he was able to use this to like, yeah, I did some Marvel shit, but really this shit is what really made my star making role here. Kind of like for Tatiana Monsley doing Orphan Black. It's like, whether or not that girl knew she was going to do Marvel shit didn't fucking matter. She was already big beforehand. And then getting involved with this shit, it's just a paycheck for them. But for some of these people, that's like their big break. For her, like for her, Marvel might be her big break to get out in front of other people, and then she gets famous doing other shit that's actually good.
It's not going to be, though. Like, this is going to go down horribly for her. And I actually feel bad for her in that way. As I feel sorry for, who's that, the girl who played Miss Marvel? She's actually she's by far the most talented out of all three of them in the Marvels. And what I've seen of Miss Marvel, the show, she was good.
Yeah. I'd probably need to watch her series, honestly, because
I only saw clips of
my brain tried to shortcut to Shock Dilkomas. I'm like, no, that's the other one. Don't get your minorities mixed up, Carl.
Iman Vellani.
Yeah.
She seems legitimate. Like, in terms of, like, she seems
so locked the fuck in. She's so locked the fuck in on Marvel. Oh my god. God damn, really make Larson take fucking media lessons with her. Oh my god.
She's so wholesome. Like, whenever she just seems legitimately into the, maybe even if she's not, it doesn't matter.
Even if she's not, she gives the energy of, I know what the fuck I'm here for. I'm actually involved in this shit, and even then,
I'm happy to be involved.
Yeah,
I'm not excited. I mean, I'm ecstatic to be involved in it.
And even if I'm pretending, nobody can tell because I'm acting.
I'm like Brie Larson, who can't fucking act her way out of a paper fucking bag. And it's like, even if Iman Vellani is lying, she's an excellent actress, because she comes off as legitimate. She comes off as legitimately interested and excited for the role. It's unfortunate that, look, I own Miss Marvel #1. When that character was announced, I was like, I'm down. The comic book came out when I was in my big comic book phase in like the late 2000s to mid 2010s when I bought everything. I bought everything. That's the thing. I am what Marvel used to call a whale, or was. I was what Marvel used to call a whale in terms of their comic book sales. I had a big pull list. I had a real big pull list. I spent, you know, and I'm in college. When I was in college, and I didn't have a lot of. I spent every you know, free penny that I had, and I was working. I wasn't like living on my parents' funds. I was working. I had a job, but I spent every free penny I had buying comic books. Aren't I? And I'm a woman. Shouldn't I be your fucking target demo? That's like this is like who you want, right? A woman who actually reads, who used to read comic books, but you've chased me away with shit like this, all this shit. And again, like with the Echo thing, it's like this is a character I legitimately like a lot. Because in the comic books, she's her parents are, well, it's weird, but her parents are basically killed by Kingpin, and then he takes her in as his sort of adoptive daughter and trains her as an assassin. And he knows that oh my god, Matt Murdock is Daredevil, obviously, and so he kind of sends her. But the whole world knows it didn't happen until later. It didn't happen until BD Volume 3. But he sends her to kind of spy on Matt Murdock and be his girlfriend. But then they end up legitimately falling in love, and it's really sweet. It's really cute. It's a very simple, it's not a complicated story. It's a really simple story. He sends her to spy on him, and then they end up falling in love, and it's cute. And it's also adorable that she is deaf and he's blind. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that adorable, right? It's just cute. It's just cute and simple and sweet. And they have to fight, much like, you know, the way Elektra has to fight Daredevil, because they're also, you know, blood feud stuff going on. It's not new stuff with Daredevil. Like I don't mind repeating plot points if they're good plot points, by the way. I just liked her character. Then she became Hawkeye for a little bit, actually, which is fine, because guess who else is deaf, which never was involved in the MCU? Hawkeye's deaf. People don't know that. I don't mind that they didn't include that, but like, if you care so much about representation, Marvel, why didn't you include that Hawkeye's deaf? You had all these chances to, you never did.
Couldn't piss off the latent Neonet fans. It'd be horrible for them.
Because they don't know anything about the comic books. That's what it is. Hawkeye's been deaf since the fucking 70s. Holy sh! Or like canonically deaf since the 70s. You know, Tony Stark made him an earpiece. I got out of all this stuff for a while, all this media stuff, because it makes me mad. And you can see why it makes me mad, because I hate it. It just upsets me.
It's like how I feel when people say the shit that they do about video games. Which, not to take you off the topic, but just to make sure, because I know one of the things that I've learned as I become more of a serious YouTuber is that when I have an idea and I'm trying to express it, not like in this moment, but like I'm walking through my house and I'm having the null argument with myself representing the straw man. And I'm like really in the shit of it, and I'm like right there at a breakthrough for a writing session. Somebody will interrupt my thought line, and I'm like, no, ideas, come back, no, I'm sorry, Carl, they broke your thought line, here I go, I'm going to the great beyond, you only see me in your dreams.
Yep.
I hate when that fucking happens, because it feels like I'm on the moment of a breakthrough, and that if I don't get that idea and write it down and put it to fucking memory and record it, then I'll never be able to remember the way that I put that argument together. But, to remember where I was before that happened and before my mother made me go outside for something she should have done herself, but that's...
No, it was just me bitching about Echo and being mad about, like, how horrible that choreography looks like.
Yeah.
Not a single hit lands. It looks so bad. And I'm supposed to... And again, like, the reason why it's so egregious, and Epic Mike said this on Twitter, and I agree with him, it's that, like, if this was just a random show, I think people might kind of be like, meh, whatever. Bad fight choreography, it's fine. But it comes after the Netflix Daredevil that had some of the best fight choreography in recent memory. That's why it pisses people off. And you need to have good fight choreography in Daredevil because he's a street level hero.
And it really sucks because I don't even think he hasn't even gotten his own show announced yet properly. where we know when it's coming out and we know.
Well, Daredevil had his own show, and it was fantastic.
Well, of
but it was
course.
6 years ago.
But of course,
Yeah.
but the Disney Plus version of their shit, they haven't even announced that shit properly, so they're gonna try to put him in front of this, and it's like, I wonder if the quality's gonna drastically shit up between here and there, and if they're gonna have some kind of fucking bullshit rematch. That's obviously just, listen, the fans are getting on our ass. We can't beat these allegations.
They don't
We're gonna
care.
have to put something out, but that's beside the point. But
I honestly think they don't care. Did you watch my new video? Like, you don't have to
not
worry
yet.
about it, but
Not yet. I'm going
it's 2
to.
hours. It's only 2 hours long. Don't worry about it. But about not having watched it. But like, I get a little tired. Look, I have no problem. I watch this stuff all the time of all these media critics talking about problems with these films and TV shows, right? Duh. I mean, obviously I watch it. I find it fun. But in terms of me personally, I need to see data. I need to see, and I'm not talking about like box office data. I need to see hard scientific facts as to how people feel, what's actually happening in reaction to this media. And what I saw throughout the 20 plus pieces of research that I cited is that women hate this shit. They hate it. They actively do not like, first of all, they don't like superheroes at all. They're not interested in them. And the only time that they are is when they're like feminine and empathetic.
Like, it has to be some kind of emotional story that gets them invested, which ironically enough, as much as we would mock something like the Society of Magical African Americans. Twilight's even better than this.
That's what women love. Women love Twilight because, but Bella is a literal empty shell. The reason why women like Twilight is because Bella is just there for a woman to insert herself into. You know, just, I want to be Bella because I want to have men lust after me like this. I want to have a sexy, strong man, 2 sexy, strong men lust after me. That's why Twilight's the most popular movie with women probably of all time. It has to have been. Like, just box office-wise, those films. I'd be shocked if I was wrong about that. Women love that shit.
Yeah.
Women don't like to see, and I have data on it. Not theory, not here's my opinion. Here's data and scientific evidence that shows that women don't like it. And I guess, I don't know why it's taken me fucking so many years to do that video, but like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I found it in every single study. Every single one. It was the case.
Yeah, but
Duh, I guess.
rotating my idea back to where it was before, because I think I didn't even finish explaining, but yeah,
Sorry. Like I said, I'm in a mood, man.
I know.
I'm riled up, man.
We're all going through
Sorry.
it. We're all going through it, especially me with my dad phase. We gonna get there. But
I'm riled up because I'm so angry about the Daredevil thing. It hits literally very close to home. Go ahead, sorry, man.
But I brought up Signifier because of fucking Lawcow, like because he has him on to maul about how he doesn't like him, and I'm not sure if you remember that time period where, like, a foreign man in a foreign land, Sebastian as I called him, because he quite literally talks like Sebastian, the fucking sea crab, all the time. That's just his accent. It's not his fault. It's just his accent, and that's how my brain remembers him.
Does he do that?
He made a point of fucking lighting him and a bunch of other fucking bread tubers and fucking cornbread tubers up because he doesn't like those particular people, which I understand why he doesn't like them. We all don't like him for the same reason. But it was one of those, I don't like you and you're not part of my clique and you're not under the protected people I'm not allowed to attack, so I'm about to put it deep inside your asshole kind of jokes towards him and everyone else and Kethels and Debate Bros, but most especially he got the head of it because he's the face of Twitter/Twitch debate lords that are three-figure Andes that only have careers because they settle up to, and he was proud about his video of sucking the dick of Osh. So when that happened, Signifier was laughing at his corny ass. He was actively saying, he let your pass the fuck out, little bro. And Chris did not like that shit. He did not like that Signifier didn't protect him. Because in his mind, I get myself up next to one of the biggest dad tubers on the platform that will protect me from being criticized because I'll just hide behind his skirt skirts. But you really just let Sebastian put in my cheeks like that? Really, bro?
Yeah.
There was a whole video where
Around
there was a whole breakdown video where he had the entire fucking allegation stream brought up because he then went on a maul spree about that because he was getting mocked by a bunch of fucking people that he didn't like that are supposed transphobes. So he pivoted to being like, I don't like these people because they're transphobes, plus blah 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 blah. And I'll have conversations with them in private, and a very very soy out to me at least.
Yeah, there's a soy out.
But
I mean, obviously, oh Jesus Christ.
yeah, all that shit was only possible because of his cathedral behavior, hiding around people like that. Which then goes to Vosh doing the same thing, which then goes to other content creators doing the same thing, and basically none of them having to be out there the way that Destiny was out there, especially since a lot of them were part of the people who were actively celebrating him being deplatformed on Twitch. They had that position only because they believed in the cathedral. And for people like Wu, which we brought up only because we were talking about Wu at that point, for people like Wu, I am willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Because between the big three of the Gubrigay, which I would say the big three of Gubrigay is Sarkeesian with a side help from Macintosh, because those ideas clearly came from him. And we all know that now, since we basically allowed this woman to get away with a Clinton-level fucking speaking grift. Thanks for that, jackasses. But media literacy, though. Her, Chelsea Van Valkenburg, aka Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu.
Is it her real name?
Yes, that is her real. That is her real family name. She is part of the Valkenburgs. She's been set for life ever since. She just wanted to be. She just wanted to be fucking famous, and she got famous off of Alex Hualka in Depression Quest.
Oh, over the man she got to commit suicide. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
But between that and them, I would give Brianna Wu the benefit of the doubt at the end of the day, because even if I dislike the things that they did before, I'm certain if I was to get
Brianna
her,
has tried. I would say.
Yes, I would say she's tried. She's actually shown an interest in, like, no, I don't want to just grift for attention. I actually care about serious things. I think that there's things I can do here. She cares enough about her politics that she was willing to put her money and her name, her face, and her reputation on it and build a super PAC. What has Quinn done?
I have to say,
yeah,
I have to say, honestly, like, now I think Brianna Wu is a man, but it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, I agree with you. I think that whatever the truth is about that, Brianna Wu has kind of put her money where her mouth is, in that she's shown that she actually gives a damn about this stuff, which almost nobody else has done. And I would give her big props for that. I do think Brianna Wu is a man, and I think that you should probably stop lying about being trans. I mean, there's people who think I'm trans, but whatever, like, it doesn't matter. So I'm sorry, like, I know that might be like a glass house, maybe. Not that it's true, but you know what I mean. Like, there's probably people who say that shit.
I will tell you the same thing I tell usually most of my female mutuals. There's one way to ensure that they'll never question that you're a woman again, but I don't think OnlyFans is worth it.
No, not doing that shit. But like, whatever. Brianna Wu has really improved her opinion of my opinion of her from some, like, again, going on Adam and Such and stuff. She said some stuff I'm like, yeah, that's true. Also said some stuff I'm like, that's not true, but that's okay. That's how normal human beings are able to, cope and deal with things and be like, oh, I don't agree with this, I agree with that. But then the left, like, you say one wrong word and they freak the fuck out forever and you're canceled for all eternity. I don't do that shit. I don't engage in that kind of garbage.
And I know a lot of that behavior, especially when it comes to the closing of ranks purity spiral, I know that's cathedrite behavior too. Because they've gotten to such a comfortable position, transitioning forward from that, because the entire reason I wanted to do that is that it always tends to fall back into itself. They all do those things and they run in those cliques because it's basically a protection racket, where if you become a leftist, it's kind of what Xanderhall did, and now he's molding, because he's fully absorbed. Because I remember when he went from Pig Puncher to Xanderhall with trying to do away with his past, and it's like, you guys never let me be myself. You just keep ragging on me. You won't stop bringing up the fact I used to be this and be that. And it's like, yeah, that's how it works.
Xander, those are, but don't you this is what people who try to pander to the left, you gotta understand, they are piranhas. They will never forgive you. Like, the worst or best, I guess, example, worst or best depending on your perspective, is probably oh shoot, what's his name? Oh crap, that little loser sorry.
You're not thinking of DJ Mule, are you?
No. His last name ends in an A. He was at the Bill, are you there? No, he's not there.
Yeah.
Because he was at the one of the conferences we went to. And he's become like a far leftist. His last name ends in an A. All something or
James Alsop?
No, Alsop space. Brain. Why did I brain so? I think it's because again I just got done with the project, so my brain's not working correctly. He got owned in a debate by Wash, and then he suddenly became a leftist. Come on. Oh, come on, Brain. He was a young guy. He was like in his early 20s, and then he, chat might know at some point, is that he got owned by Hunter Avalon. Thank you, James Hurley. Thank you. James Hurley, thank you. Hunter Avalon.
Yeah.
James Hurley's been typing a whole bunch. Thank you, James. Clicked over to the chat to see if someone knew it, and you've said so much stuff. Sorry, I've been looking at the chat. But yes, you're correct. It's Hunter Avalon. I had a very brief experience with interaction with Hunter Avalon, and which is a little bit weird, but at a conference. But yeah, he's one of those people where it's like he just completely consumed into the leftist cult. It's like they're never going to accept you, Hunter. They never will accept you. And you look at his YouTube channel now; it's all just like this lefty crap. But the views are 1/10 of what they were when he was doing basic bitch right-wing content. Now the left will tell you that that's because, well, left-wing content's not popular. Sure. No, it's because the left doesn't trust him, with good reason. I think. That's why. It's not because left-wing content. Are you joking? Look at how popular people like Hassan and Vosh are.
And they're only losing popularity because since the entire model of cathedral-like behavior is extended on, well, we know all about that person, but it's simulacra. They don't actually watch your content. They're told about content, or they're so terrified that their viewpoint will be challenged by you in the past, which is why I always reference to myself as past Carl, that some take that you had in the past will be so erudite on the issues that even if fucking not so erudite was to come across it, it'd be like, wait, no, you guys told me that this guy was a fucking loser who had no ideas and was bad at idea and talking. Like, this person is 100% correct on this issue, and he's just speaking offhandedly about it. So since you lied to me... Yeah.
Got good points, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, if Kayla would have come across a clip of me, for example, if at any point in time she was to come into a debate, and that debate had fucking Christopher... And she's like, well, you shouldn't listen to SinglePlayerCarl. SinglePlayerCarl is a fucking idiot. He's a dumbass. It's like, wait. What? You say he's a dumbass and idiot? On what? What about? Give me a video. Give me a clip. Well, I can't give you a clip because he's just fucking loser. And I don't want to have any attention. No free content, no free clout. It's like, okay, you won't tell me, so I'm going to go to his channel. And she was to pick up any of my videos, and she would see, oh, wait, no, he actually looks at the content. He watches the content actively back. He writes down notes when he's at his most efficient. He writes notes in the middle of it, and he cross-examines the ideas being presented. I don't believe you. I'm going to talk to him live myself, because this is just a video. I want to see the real thing. I want to get Carl in front of me. And then when she talks to me, she's like, wait, Carl's none of these things that you said. He's not crazy. This is very much Destiny simulacrum. Because it's Destiny that came up with the concept of people talking shit about other people at a distance, covering news stories because they're breaking news. But none of them do breaking news so far, as much as they game the algorithm, so that they can have attention on whatever issue is currently being discussed at the time. They do so much simulacrum about each other, that then when the issue gets covered, and they have the issue brought in front of them by other chatters that may be hard-stuck fans of GGG, or are people who are being awakened on the Destiny issue, because Hassan's done a lot of lying, and the left has done a lot of lying, in terms of not telling the truth when given the opportunity to, and not showing examples of these supposed dog whistles and these supposed Nazi talking points that they claim that they have, or that I have, or that we have, when it comes up, that eventually it becomes a case of they become ardent supporters and fans of us, because they've gone so long being told this person's this and this person's that by the time they break out of the simulacrum and they actually hear our points, they can actually hear, they become completely aware of what it is that we're on about, if they can. In the case of anime shit,
because the thing is, let's talk about that in a second. I have to use the restroom, but like, let's talk about the anime translation thing in a second. But I'll give my last point on this for my leg machine. you know, I have that like stupid language that I put on like anywho. So my last point on this before I'll be right back is that I think that it's very difficult because there's a lot of psychological shit going on that the people who hate Mauler, right? They're like, Mauler must he's an ultra SJW. He just is. I don't know why. I've never watched any of his videos. I've never seen any of his streams, but I just know he is. You're never going to convince that person. They're already inside of their filter bubble. They're inside of their own psychological. And here's the reason why you can't get them out of it. Is because if you were to show them evidence, because they have no evidence, by the way, as we've gone over, they have no evidence that, for example, that Mauler is an ultra anti-SJW, like ultra right guy, which is what they're saying. They can't provide evidence of it. When they can't provide evidence, that creates something called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance activates the same area of the brain as physiological pain. So when you're told you're wrong about something, no, not in everybody. It doesn't everybody to a certain degree, but being found out to be legitimately wrong about something hurts. It actually physiologically hurts. Now, I mean, in terms of it doesn't like, actually cause physical pain, but it activates the same area of the brain as physical pain. Being wrong. That's why people can never admit to being wrong. You have a couple of options when you've been proven to be wrong. You can ignore the information. That's usually the most common. You can deny the information and say it's wrong. That's more painful because then you have to keep dealing with it. The most common one is to ignore. You can, or you can accept the information. So it's three. Sorry, it's three. I said four. Three. Accepting the new information that is correct is extremely psychologically painful because it means admitting that you were wrong in the past. That almost never happens. So the most common options are ignoring the information that disconfirms your previously held belief, or denying it and trying to come up with reasons as to why it's not really true. And that's why this happens. It's basic psychological research. Like it's just psychological reactance, and that's why I always find these people so funny because they don't understand like anything about psych, but they claim to. Anywho, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Okay. I gotta make sure I get my idea out, Jack, because I'm trying to make sure I piece it together. This is probably one of the biggest writing parts that I've done in a while. Also, I hope the guy that needs help with his POV is still here. Probably while I'm still talking to Aiden, I don't know. But I will help you with your POV. Please make sure to do not go anywhere, and please make sure you got that POV link. Don't just copy my gear directly. Make sure you cover the things that you need first before you can be able to start up, and please, please, please make sure you have Wasp Nest. If nothing else, please make sure you have Wasp Nest as your main weapon. It's going to be your best claw until you can actually create a new claw, because I already have my fragmented pieces to use. I brought that up. Okay. So much stuff on the brain. And yes, James, I see a lot of these chats. I'm trying to see if I can ask her in these questions, but I'm not sure that I can for a lot of those. I saw you ask that question twice about Vosh and Andy Orsky and P3 being called alt-ring fighters. They're just upset because they're getting more popular, and they're upset about that shit. Chris Raygun and some black guy definitely went the Hunter Avalon route. That was something I also wanted to bring up with her.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they Chris Avalon or Hunter Avalon, not Chris Avalon.
Chris Raygun and some black guy.
Chris, yeah, and Chris Raygun and
the thing that pissed me off with that. Well, I wouldn't say it pissed me off. I wasn't shocked by it. Is that it very clearly was a case example of, please, Anita, please just be nicer about what you want so we can give it to you. Please just be nicer and make us not feel like we have to be entrenched on this issue so that we can pander to our audiences. We do not want these people to hate us. Please just be nicer. That was what it very much was obvious to me about it. Dick Masterson video, something for the Echo Show.
I think it was more that Dick Masterson.
Dick Masterson and Vito simping for the Echo Show. I think that's run off from them coping about fucking everything to do with it, with people like myself lighting them up from the fucking sector and everyone else because they were mad that they didn't get a dub over fucking Eric July. That's all that is. That's what
That's
that
what
is
that
what
is.
James is telling me. He didn't give me a link for it, but I would believe that because they were talking shit about comics and then claiming they were going to make a comic because they were ragging on Eric July and because and because they were the people responsible for getting them into the shit with the ISOM ministry, that they wanted that to be a thing to put a feather in their cap, saying that they made him change something about ISOM.
Which was insane. And if look, I've known Dick for years. If Dick is, this is the first time, and I've disagreed with a whole bunch of shit that Dick has said over the years, particularly the last couple of years, because I feel like, particularly since he's gotten, oh my god, the fucking, the door is opening. I have to put my chair against it to keep it from opening up. If Dick though is simping for the Echo show, that would be the first time in 5 years I'd be willing to reach out to Dick Masterson and say, hey Dick, let's talk about Echo, because there's no one on Earth. I'm like I said before, I'm pretty sincere about this. I don't think there is anybody on this fucking planet who likes or cares more about the character Echo besides her actual creator than me. I really would put myself into that position. I'd be really hard pressed. I mean, there's probably somebody, but at least nobody who's like a public figure. I'll guarantee that one. I'll guarantee that one. There's no public figure who cares more about the character of Echo than I do, besides David Mack himself. So let's go. I'll be more than willing to debate you, Dick, if you'd like to. Dick always liked your shit. I think that Vito is a parasite. I don't like him.
Please get him the
I don't
fuck
like
out quickly.
I really don't like Vito. I really don't like Vito. But
the sooner that guy can become irrelevant, the better. He's never been good. He has only ever been in the middle of controversies by putting himself in a position to be harassed, then crying victim about it. And yeah,
it's what he's done even with me. In the couple interactions I've had with him, is that like he'll say something and I like contradicted him and proved him wrong, and then he cried victim. That's what he's always done. That's what he always does.
And yeah, even though we could say what he did at that fucking protest with fucking Dave Chappelle could have been, quote, sauced and based, it really isn't. Putting yourself in the victim position to cry victim and then use somebody else who's more famous than you to be a way to get popular is not a thing. It is basically him taking the more bullshit way that Mr. Girl could have taken if he was any more of a bitch. But the less said about
Mr. Girl I find really creepy, just saying. Like, I get that the song was a meme, but I don't know what would possess any person, even as a meme, to make a song where you say, quote, I am a literal pedophile, end quote. What?
It's very, what the fuck is wrong with you? But that being said, to the
the cuties thing too.
Yeah.
Just 1 second on that. What the fuck, homie?
We've talked about it before. I'm sure that in Carson's case, he's got some latent shit he needs to work out, and in Vito's case, he's just doing it for attention. So the less attention.
That's why I don't interact. That's why I don't interact with Vito, because I don't think Vito actually. I don't think he believes in anything.
No.
Like,
he's very much just a lockout contrarian. But
I don't know if Dick does either. To be fair,
that's a question to find out, but I don't think he's ever gonna.
One of my first things I ever did on, like, right when I started my YouTube channel was I went on Dick Masterson's show. First things right after I started my channel, because I made a video about Maddox. I called him the cuck canary in the coal mine, about like how this was a bad move for people to make this left-wing kind of position switch, and I might have been wrong about that. I think, but I don't think I was actually. I think I was actually correct.
You were correct in the situation. Yeah, you were correct in the situation on Maddox doing what he did. But the thing is that the way Buster Baxter here has decided to behave within the last few months, he's definitely gone the Maddox route of content creation, which is sad to see.
I think Dick is, and I'll tell you, this is not from my perspective, right? But I used to listen. I don't listen to Dick's content anymore, but Dick's a libertarian. I'm a libertarian. I think there's a difference though between libertarians. Vosh considers himself a libertarian, for fuck's sake. I don't think Vosh is not a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. He just uses that term so he can.
That motherfucker is a control market fucking communist.
Yeah, he just uses that term to evade controversy. I'm a legitimate libertarian in that I don't really care what you do as long as you don't hurt anybody. But I know that's not true. I've changed my mind a lot over the years. I do actually kind of care. If you're, there's certain things that hurt society that I do care about. I think are bigger than the individual. But I, even though I do care about that stuff, there's a part of me that is so libertarian brained that even it's difficult for me to even say that. You know, I'm just like, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. I don't care. But there's, if you're hurting society to such an extreme degree, maybe we do have to care. I don't know. I don't know, but I hate even having to. I hate even having to think that, because the idealistically, but the world is not idealistic, right? The world is the world. It's not idealism. Is that the libertarian mindset doesn't work? I wish it did, but it doesn't. I really wish it did. I really wish the libertarian mindset worked, but it doesn't. I haven't talked to Dick in probably about 4 years, maybe 5. But I'd love to talk to him about his Eric July shit, and because I think that all that gay op stuff, it's all done by Vito. Vito's like whispering in his ear like fucking worm tongue. It's sick.
If he wants to be able to get himself to a point where he could ever get in on that fucking thing that Andy Worski's doing, because it would benefit him a lot. Technically, it'd benefit anyone, because Andy Worski's hot right now, in terms of the sphere that he's in and the conversations they're making.
Is he?
Oh, absolutely. He is the sector version.
Well,
yeah, he is the sector version of Child Logic right now. Him getting with PPP and cleaning his shit up ever since the fucking anti-race war arc has been very important to him.
I didn't know he was doing well again with. Well, I guess he's doing the show with PPP.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of that. I honestly have removed myself from a lot of the YouTube drama and shit. So I don't watch a lot of. I mean, I watch Josh's streams and I watch Medicare's streams when he rarely streams, but that's about it.
Like, at the very least, I pay attention to Jim's streams. Josh, I'm not so good on, just because of the way that he acts, and that sometimes he tries to use Human Forms as a hit site now. But that's... we've talked about Human Forms more than enough before. We know each other's opinions about that. However, to return to the Cathedral, I thought that I don't think I've ever gotten to finish quite wholesale, but it's also because it's a nuanced position that the more that you think about it, the more the shit starts to line up. Thing that I've paid attention to and have made note of is that every single time that cathedral-like behavior comes up in association with anyone or anything that it could be affiliated with, every single time it comes up, it is always, we don't want you associating with this person because it'll be bad for us. But it will never be a case of, we need to stop doing these things or platforming these ideas or allowing these takes to get to the point where we feel like everybody must be a Nazi. Because we can't have even-handed conversations. Everything has to be the most extreme thing that has to be done because optics. And when it comes down to that, especially with topics like these that are going in the news stories that keep breaking out all the time, especially with Twitch meta, it's really hard for them to be able to beat back against it because it's something that came up before in the past with content from people like that of Dr. Rammer again, and people associated with the Honey Badgers and that side of like legal shit and news shit, where the issue becomes, if you try to say this person is this, this, and this because they use these particular buzzwords, therefore, ooh, the music died, I need to change that, because they use these particular buzzwords, or they use these particular topics, or they care about these particular subjects, therefore they're bad, therefore they're chuds, therefore we can't platform them, we can't let them get popular, we won't cover their shit on this, no free clout this, no free clout that. The ultimate issue that comes up is that eventually, the issues that they're connected to, you can't ignore forever. You will have to cover them. You will have to talk about them. You will have to address them. So a good example is, if at any point in time I come up into a stream and I am across from Christopher, I'm gonna fucking get in Christopher's shit and I'm gonna dog his ass. And I'm gonna make him say why he covered the news. I'm gonna ask him the details. I'm gonna make him run it down. I'm gonna make him recount the shit, because him running through comment sections and deleting comments and deleting tweets and trying to media blackout people is a bitch position.
That's
for
insane.
a person who likes to talk about drama. It's a bitch position. You can't talk shit and then get mad that you get the smoke. You can't do anything about anything drama related, especially if you put yourself in drama, especially if your channel is basically you shit talking people about drama from a left-wing perspective. From antagonizing people who are dead and can't defend themselves, to talking shit about people and then trying to just block them out from being able to respond, so you can make up a narrative about them, so you can try to kneecap their career at the legs, because you're scared that they do what you do better than you do, which is really his biggest issue with me. He's scared of me because I'm a better him, which is it's really weird. It's something I looked into when he first talked shit about me, and I looked into how his channel came up. We technically have a similar-ish backgrounds, but the difference is that when around the time that I went to college and I got life experience, he pivoted into political shit. That's really it. I have more life experience than him, and at this point, I'm a wife and a kid up on him. Not to humble brag, but I'm a wife and a kid up on him, and he's crying into the arms of fucking Demon Mama, saying, I don't know why I can't find a woman. I'm struggling in love. I wonder why you're struggling in love, baby bitch. I wonder why that is. I wonder why. I wonder why no woman wants to be open and have sex with you. I wonder why that's happening. You and Catology, the incels of the bunch. It's a fucking mystery, bro. But if that were to ever come up, I would confront him on that. And if he were to ever say any kind of formulation of the sentence, well, you just say that because you're an anti-SCW, I would say, no, I am not. I am actually more left-wing than most people think that I am. But I don't care about the politic there. I care about the things that I like. And in the shit that you tried to bring up on me, that ended up making Sansol leave the left, you tried to harass me because you were covering for a white woman. And instead of saying,
of course,
because
always,
he was
because
that was what happened with the Astro Roboto shit. He didn't want to go over any of her cringe ass tweets. He didn't bring any of those shits up. He tried to cringe bait off of 2 of 5 videos posted on Twitter by me between March 31st and August 4th, because he dropped the video on August 7th about me and my supposed cringe takes, but he couldn't give any examples of my cringe takes. When he tried to do the clip
Why
chip,
are they always like this, Carl?
because they know they can't do it in live debates, and they know if they try to, if they were to talk about it live, or they were to go through the context of the examples, they also would be cooked on it, because they'd be like, well, don't you think that's cringe? Yeah, I do think it's cringe when people lie about me, just like I think it's cringe when people say things that I didn't say. Please find where I said that argument that you claimed I made.
Here's what's insane, they'll be like, why you can't expect me to have evidence? How am I supposed to go through all of your stuff to find evidence? If you're going to make the claim, you must. This drives me out. This drives me out the fucking wall. If you're making the claim, you must have evidence. That's how science works. And then, oh my god, I get called anti-scientific. Are you out of your fucking mind? I've never said anything that I didn't back up with a fucking citation. Not ever. What the? I mean, maybe, but like I said, I talked about the thing about Destiny earlier. I couldn't remember that video where I thought, like, where he was like talking to his son. I said, I don't know, and I said, what did I caveated that statement with like 1,000, like, I don't remember. This is what I remember. I don't know if this is true, but this is what I recall. It could be wrong about him talking to his son about atheism. I said, I don't know. Look it up, please, because I don't remember, and it was from like 7 years ago, so I don't know. They just say shit with conviction. It's because leftism is a fucking religion. It's just beliefs. It is not fucking reality. And I'm sorry, at the end of the day, I'm a scientist. I know I'm a social scientist, which barely counts, but still, I'm a scientist. And all I really give a fuck about is numbers and facts and data and statistics. I don't give a shit about your fucking feelings and opinions. I just don't give, I mean, maybe opinions are interesting sometimes, but I don't give a fuck. But I don't give a fuck if you've made it the fuck up.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
With
so
me,
irritating. Sorry, I got really mad about that.
I understand. With me, the thing that pisses me off when people do that is it's the same shit that pisses you off. But for me, it's worse, because it's kind of like when I was explaining to Marcus how Path of Exile's trade system works, which is why I usually don't play trade leagues. Because, God, this market has been abysmal, but I can tell you about that later, because Bill will get a kick out of this shit, because it'll be just one more reason why he hates normies playing video games. It's so dumb when I tell you what it's about, but it's much like reputation in anything, but especially reputation as a content creator. If somebody shit talks me, and they do so with a very clip-chimped argument, because it was very much clip-chimped. I know how much he had off it, because since we had leaks from YouTube, I could see exactly how much he made from the stream he had talking about shit about me. Because once I knew the day that it was done on, and the time period was around it, it didn't take me long to find the VOD. He made about $500 lying about me, which is the reason why I remember it so fucking well. So it's like, reputation destruction to you about me is worth $500. Alright, I'm gonna get $500 plus interest value off of you, and I'm not gonna feel sorry about it. And if it ever came up, and it happened in the middle of the debate, I'd explain the shit. Because if he was like, well, bro, that was years ago, I'm like, yeah. For years, I have to deal with people talking shit about me in communities and audiences that I can't even defend myself from. Because I don't even know what the fucking humiliating point or the argument you're trying to shit talk about me is. Because you're too much of a bitch to say it to my face. You're too scared to do that. Because the moment that I defend myself, you're gonna say, oh shit, I'm responsible for creating his career. Let me try to stop him from becoming a bigger content creator. And at that point, what are you scared of? Why are you so terrified that I respond to you?
What it is. You know what it is, Carl? They're terrified that you would get any actual attention for what you actually say. They have to say this stuff behind on their streams and say it like, you know, behind closed doors essentially, which is not really closed doors, but you know what I mean.
Open door policy, but closed door response. Yes.
In terms of like nobody sees it but their own community, and this is why. Yeah. What was the terminology you used earlier in terms of the fractured internet?
Dead internet theory.
Dead internet theory, which people just end up in their own, you know, filter bubble stuff is very old. Chris Cassatt, by the way, tried to debunk that the other day, which was bizarre. Chris Cassatt made a video that said that filter bubbles essentially don't exist, which was insane. It's like...
That's so cap, because all you have to do is go to Reddit and it'll be easily demonstrated. Like, oh
my god.
Oh man, I have unfortunately tried to use Reddit, but only in terms of, like, showing off things in Path of Exile. Because there's so many things about this leave mechanic that are hard to understand that you just have to reference it. And half the time, I think I've made up to like maybe 5 posts, and only a couple of them were like item crafting things. Because I was able to self-craft a lot of good shit this league myself. Because I'm playing Trade League, so I had access to the materials to use it usually. Because usually my builds don't live long enough to get there, because they usually need one particular piece to function. But
yeah, try Reddit.
Try using fucking Reddit at all, and anything that has nothing to do with porn, and it is such a fucking dick shit contest. Oh my god.
It's everywhere. Like, Reddit is an excellent example. I'm glad you brought it up, because Reddit is a dead internet theory exemplar made manifest, in that there's people sort themselves into such extreme filter bubbles that they come up with completely inaccurate representations of reality. And the idea that dead internet theory doesn't exist, when it is provable, Kurtz up, it is provable. I watched some of the video, and I think that it was Harmful Opinions, I think, who was talking about it. Yeah, who was watching. I think Harmful Opinions is going to be on our podcast tomorrow, I think, which would be great. But like, dead internet theory, to trying to debunk it, you can't debunk it, because it's clear that people have ended up into these filter... I would say that I think Harmful Opinions didn't totally understand what filter bubbles means in terms of the original definition, but that's because the definition has become bloated and become to mean nothing.
Just like media literacy.
Like media literacy, exactly. So, yeah, it's this whole dead internet theory stuff is where people just end up in these little holes where it's just them. And the bizarre thing about that is that I remember being in an internet hole in like 2008 in really, really obscure communities. I used to use a website called 99chan. That was my favorite image board. And I got into Do you want to know the history of this? This is really boring,
sure.
But I'll just tell it anyway. So I was using 4chan, and then 4chan said, we're going to ban gore. And I didn't look at gore. It wasn't something I was interested in. But I was pissed off when I was 13, because I'm 13 or 12 or whatever, that they would ban gore. Not because I wanted to see it, but because it's like, well, oh, this is a free speech website. Can you imagine how much different things are now versus then? Like, how crazy. So it wasn't even gore, I think. Yeah, and I was like, okay, so I'm going to go to 7chan. And then 7chan banned it too. And so I said, and so all the refugees from 7chan went to a bunch of different really small, like 0chan, Infinity Chan, 99chan, but 99chan is the only one that's stuck around for any significant period of time. 99chan is still around, or at least it used to be. It might not be anymore, but you might be able to find really old posts for me on 99chan someplace, because it's such a small board. But it was a very, like, tight-knit community. There was like an IRC and stuff, but it was just like this small community of shit posters in the mid-2000s, right? And I liked that. I liked that it was just like, let's just... My favorite part about 99chan is that there was a secret board that was not B and slash B, but it was foobar slash foobar, which was where everyone who posted on foobar had to pretend to be a bee. As in, I am collecting honey for the queen, I am making the honey for the queen right now. I love the queen. She is the most amazing queen of all time. Everyone had to pretend to be a literal bee. And if you didn't do it, you got banned. You got banned from the board. It was amazing. I loved that shit. It was funny as fuck. You know what I mean? I loved that stuff. It was hilarious. And I was actually just thinking about like Yellow Flash asked me to come onto his show on the weekend. I presume probably to talk about Daredevil and other stuff. And I thought like I was thinking like, how do I introduce myself? Do I say I'm something of a Daredevil expert myself? Because there's a really old meme from 7chan, which is that when you would say the F slur, you know what I mean by the F slur?
Yes.
When you would write that on 7chan, it would word filter into the phrase spider expert. So I'm a spider. So like in my head, I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I said I'm a Daredevil expert? I was like, oh wait, no one will get that reference but me. Like I'm such an old, like I'm such an old Chan F slur that I'm the only one who would ever get that meme. God damn it.
But yeah, I've thought a lot about this fucking cathedral like shit because it comes up in so much shit. Because I remember why I brought it for what he's bringing up in terms of as there were so many people that when they tried to give their opinion about Starfield, and I saw a couple of my mutuals, the ones that I respect even, being like, yeah, he didn't bring attention to the game that was positive. Most of the people who were probably already disliked, but most of the people who would have already disliked the game, they probably sidled away from him because they didn't want to be associated. And it's like, why? You didn't want to be associated because he had bad views, bad vibes?
What?
Because it made you guys look bad? It's like, no, you guys were being emotional about that. You should have took a stand. You should have took a stand.
Exactly, Carl. Exactly, Carl. They were being emotional about it. 100%.
Because I think,
look, Az was right. Az was 100% right. You start into the game and it goes fucking pronouns, fucking gender ambiguity. You are telling me from step 1 what's going to be in the rest of the game. Now, it doesn't appear that the game is like super woke or whatever, but the game sucks. So you're letting me know. You're giving me it's like you know, it's like if you meet someone and they give you a red flag. Right, in terms of who they are as a person, you're like, oh shit, and this person, I don't know, they're like, hi, I am, and like, here's my pronouns, and you go, oh, this person's gonna be a lunatic. So you know from step 1 what to expect from that person after the fact. Now they might surprise you by not being a lunatic, but you can have a pretty good idea that they're gonna be a crazy person after that, right?
It's much like the same thing there, where their entire viewpoint was like, well, see, the way that he talked about it made people remember it. It's like, no, I saw those threats. I saw how those people talked about him. They weren't talking about his ideas. They basically went, oh, big baby man face. He made opinion. Big YouTuber had big stinky poo-poo opinion because he cried on the internet because opinions. Look at how he looks like baby. It's like, really? So you guys know nothing at all? Okay, stay over there. But then the people who are like, well, we don't want to talk about it because, you know, he's going to make all of us look bad. It's like, no, you should have took a stand.
But then he was right.
Yes, you guys should have took a stand because it's just like Baldur's Gate 3. The issue with Baldur's Gate 3 isn't, it's woke because it sucks. No. The thing that's jarring about it is that every so often, there's a little bit of a bright spot where the game has some good opportunity for some good gameplay, but everything else to do with, like, the setting of the actual real-worldisms and current yearisms come up out of nowhere. Why is it that after years, after hundreds of years of being kept in a prison, being killed by Sharon fucking followers at the hands of Ketheric Thorm after the ending of the second game where he unleashes the Shadow Plague that ruins the area around that place that Halson cares about so much?
Let me put it this way, right? Just in terms of media relationships, it's like, whoa, but this is just the way things are now. This is modern media. Why does it have to be? Why is it that I could watch something from the 1960s and it be totally funny or relatable? Or something from the 1990s and it be totally relatable and funny, but then and not view any politic in it, even if there might have been some politics from the creators. And then there is no way to watch anything from modernity and not have the political message shoved in your face. That is a demonstrable difference in the media. It's demonstrable. Like, you can point... I talked about it in my latest video. I was like, look, you know, what are my favorite shows? Stargate SG-1, The X-Files, Star Trek. Like, the most progressive shows, quote-unquote, right? Star Trek I'm a Trek. I'm such an enormous fucking Trekkie. I speak fucking Vulcan, and yet, and people will say, well, that's the most progressive show ever. Well, it was progressive in terms of reasonable progression, in terms of making people equal, but you don't want equality. You want equity, which is something different from equality. I like equality. I don't like equity. I don't like everyone being exactly the same. People are different. That's okay. In fact, we should embrace and accept and enjoy our differences. That's a spice of life, you idiots. And then they're like, oh, well, you can't be a Trekkie and not be a leftist. Are you out of your fucking mind? Because what is leftism today? It's nonsense. It's making shit up.
It's
So
just
no, of course
complete
I'm not.
bullshit. But yeah, it's the difference between that and in the middle of this game, why is it that this supposed fucking daughter of a goddess who may be in a lesbian relationship, who fucking cares? It's Feyron. Motherfuckers get down different out there in the spine of the world.
Nobody cares.
It's cold out there in them sheets.
Yeah.
Why the fuck does this character, who's basically as close as you could get to them making like a feminist archangel, why the fuck is the first thing that she says after I release her and get her back to her partner being like, now shut up, I'm gonna go fuck my wife? Basically, that's what she says to you. I'm gonna go fuck my wife, or I'm gonna go make out with my wife. I'm gonna fucking slam her back out, and the character has to be like, bitch, what the fuck? Why does that happen?
Yeah.
Like, people could say, oh, but she's such a base character. She's so unique. It's
But she's
authentically
not.
her. Same thing they do with Will Ravengard, but he's so authentically himself. There's no other way this character could have been this way if he wasn't black. I can't understand why there's characters who do it. It's because it's a game. It gives you the ability
Well, I
to
mean-
control how to design your character. Would it have been better
So-
for the character, or I know you're trying to think, but I'm just trying to make sure I get my thought out.
No, Carl, I haven't played the game yet. I'm really reluctant. I'm reluctant to play it. I'm finishing up Phantom Liberty on Cyberpunk.
I would
right
say
now.
finish Phantom Liberty and like make a series of yourself playing through it and record your reactions to everything with Bill. Let Bill be right next to you.
No. I mean, like, what? I like all the new interactions they gave you with River, and I've been like, ooh, I like this. But that's the thing, is that I always fuck the cops. I always do. I mean, it's just like, in terms of games like this, I always fuck the cop because I'm law oriented, I guess is the word. Even though I'm a fucking libertarian and I hate the police, but I also like order. So I don't know. Whatever.
I know what you would pick when you play Shin Megami Tensei.
Which Shin Megami Tensei game?
Any of the ones that have LNC law alignments, you would definitely be fucking picking law.
Obviously.
Angel
But
simp.
it's-
I joke.
I don't know. Like, you know, I'm a big Garrus simp. You know, like that's who I go for. I go for the sort of I like the cop. I do like the cop. I don't know, because I like a man who stands up for truth, justice, the American way, whatever. You know, that's what I like. Whatever.
But yeah.
In terms of the general sort of shit that goes on, is that I wish, I want more games like Dragon Age or like Mass Effect, the original ones. Like those, if you want to do like, you know, relationship stuff, those games were so. I replayed both of them recently, and well, no, I replayed Mass Effect. I haven't actually replayed Dragon Age recently. I need to replay it, but I'm just gonna do the same thing I always do, which is fuck Alistair and then make Morgan my best friend. That's what I'm gonna do. Duh. I
totally get
love.
Just need a
Well,
moment
that-
to catch my breath.
I think that my perspective on Dragon Age is very different from a lot of other people's, because I don't think when Dragon Age came out in 2008, I don't think a lot of people played Female Warden, because it was the video games in 2008. It's a 90% male audience playing an RPG in 2008, right? 2007 when the game came out. And when you play as the Female Warden, you did totally different dialogue from Morgan, by the way. If you're romancing Alistair, who she wants, because she can't fuck you to be able to turn into the, Eldritch demon or whatever. But so she needs to fuck Alistair. And if you are in a relationship with Alistair, which I've always been, every time I've played Dragon Age Origins, and you totally like max out your friendship with Morgan, she's like, you've taught me about friendship. I didn't understand what friendship was until I met you, because she grows up in the woods with fucking Flemeth, who's a nightmare, literal nightmare humanoid, who's gonna eat her and take her soul and body. And it's like, you taught me about friendship. and I'm so sorry that I have to ask you to do this. And it's you only get this in this specific ending, which is just apex game writing. So you have to have hardened Alice, or not hardened Alistair, so he doesn't become king. You have to have continued your relationship with him, and get this specific ending. And it's the best ending to Dragon Age Origins, in my opinion, is as a female warden with Morgan having romanced Alistair, where she like sincerely apologizes to you and asks you, please, this is how nobody dies. It's or the least amount of people die. And it's a really, really, and she's like, you taught me how to be a person. It's such a good damn ending, and I think almost no one has seen it, because it requires you to be a female warden, it requires you to have romanced Alistair, it requires you to have not hardened him. And it's the best ending. How many other games can you even talk about that have like that many levels of you have to have done this to get this specific ending? There's not that many games.
Not many that I can think of that are American made. They're all Japanese.
No, Japanese games, yes, but there's not. Yes, Japanese games, but to get that kind of, and they're usually visual novels. Dragon Age Origins did a fantastic job in terms of making a very unique experience for me. My first time I played Dragon Age, I had that one, and I was like, Morgan, you're my bestie. Alistair's my boyfriend, and you can fuck him. It was so good. I loved it. To this day, I love it. I think it's a fantastic ending. You don't see shit like that.
It's one of those moments where you're pretend holding the camera as they're fucking making
well,
fucking
then it
whoopee.
shows it to you. The game shows you their full. You didn't know that? It shows you their full sex scene.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it does. Well, you are again Alistair's girlfriend, and it shows you their full sex scene.
Is the character in the room with them?
No, but it just shows it to you. I mean, it kind of gives that impression, though, doesn't it? That I'm in the room watching.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my god, you're doing so good, bestie.
Bestie, you go. Getting impregnated by my boyfriend.
But yeah.
It's so fucked, but it's so good at the same time. In terms of, like, that's really good character writing that, like, and in terms of when you really go down that path as the female warden, because Morgan will never express any sexual interest in you as a female warden, because she doesn't have, obviously, she wants the dick, obviously, so she has no interest in you sexually, so she'll because she's trying to get that seed so she can become a dragon or whatever. So she has no interest in you as a female warden, so she treats you like a sister. And you're like, Morgan, look, here's like a mirror. Look at you saw this mirror as a child. It's okay. Like, well, and I really like it as an elf, because I always play as a Dalish elf, because you're also like, I've also never seen a mirror until I saw the mirror that got me fucked up and got me infected with the darkspawn blood. It's really cute. It's really sweet. It's very wholesome. And I don't think there's been very few games like that ever since, where you have an actual female friendship. And I don't think I've ever seen any feminist write an article, because they always talk about, my what's that thing called? The Bechdel test. Bechdel test. Well, yeah, okay, guess what? Dragon Age Origins is full of Bechdel test passing conversations between the Warden and Morgan. It's only but I guarantee if you look up Bechdel test Dragon Age Origins, you'll find a bunch of shit about the end of the game. Not the entire game that leads up to it, where absolutely none of it is sexual about Alistair whatsoever. It's only the very end of the game.
I can't think of a lot of games in Western media that do that, and all the ones that are trying to, quote, do that, they're all movie games. That might as well be visual novels.
Yeah. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic, truly, the character work in, the other game I was thinking about replaying just today was Deus Ex Human Revolution. I don't know what made me think about that, but it made me think about replaying not just Deus Ex Human Revolution, but all the Deus Ex games, because they're fantastic as well. I know one of the horrible things is that Bill said that Critical Drinker looks like Adam Jensen, and that made me horrified.
He kinda does when he keeps his glasses on.
Yeah,
he kinda does.
No, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Now you can't unsee it, chat.
Like every single time he completes a mission in the game, he goes back home, he puts on the fucking accent, and he becomes a reviewer. That's what he does for his enjoyment.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
And the worst part is that I said, like, because if you go to my DeviantArt, which I haven't uploaded anything to in like 10 years, but I still have an old DeviantArt, I've drawn a whole bunch of kind of like semi-lewd paintings of Adam Jensen. It's just like with him with his shirt off. It's not like when I say semi-lewd, it's just like with him with his shirt off, with no shirt on. I'm like, oh no, I didn't. I did this 10 years ago. You can't blame me for this.
Like you go back in your collection and you're like, oh my god, no, the licking poster. No, not the licking poster.
I didn't mean to actually draw like slightly more lithe critical drinker. Fuck.
Yep. You can't beat it. The chat knows.
I know, and I can't beat the allegations.
But like, yeah, shit like
5 years, 6 years before I'd ever seen a critical drinker video. More than that, like 8 years before.
Yeah.
Can't beat the allegations.
Games like that, situations like that, it's definitely a thing that makes me think about it a lot. Especially since a lot of these issues tend to go viral. When myself, Volvert, Christina Tasty, sometimes Poe, when he's not trying to piss people off to grow his audience and make money off of irritating them.
Yeah.
Jay, pretty much any person who would talk about it. Whenever these issues come up, those individuals basically don't have anything to say that we didn't say ourselves if they don't outright use our one-to-one worded arguments. And it's kind of annoying when it happens, because especially when it comes to the gamer scene, because I think gamers have become very aware now at this point that they need to be capable of gatekeeping, and they need to learn to know when somebody's trying to manipulate them to get attention and content for themselves. But they need to also know who they should actually be listening to, who they should be following. Not to say that, hey, they should be listening to me, but they definitely need to stop doing this thing where they see a popular video once, and so they associate that content creator with gov coverage. Because even though there are people constantly making this shit up, like Dev concerning fucking Hogwarts and Pigamy, they're still going on with Almighty Lolly, and only
they're still
they
doing
are.
that. I
They're
know, it's
still doing it
crazy.
because he keeps it up. He keeps redredging the issue,
fucking
trying to remind them and be like, see, he's still doing this shit, guys. And it's like, yeah, he's 100% right. People should have been using... People definitely should be like, yeah, you guys tried to harass picking me off the internet over shit that didn't fucking matter. And even when when they try to say, but they came back under another name, it's like, they shouldn't have had to. Because you shouldn't have been trying to harass them off the fucking internet.
That's what drives me nuts. Like, you know, the thing I think that permanently, like, I don't like to have animus with people on YouTube. I really don't, or anywhere. I don't like to. I've made, again, I've had Destiny on a stream relatively recently, like a year ago. I try to not have animus. The only person I would say I have animus with is Dev, and that's not intentional, but it's not intentional on my part, but I think it is intentional on Dev's part, because Dev, like, one of the things that he went hard against Pigamy. He was like, no, Pigamy deserved it, or she begged for it, like
something along those lines, yeah.
It was insane. Like, she didn't. It wasn't the only thing. It's just that it was part of a series of things that he had done that made me really turned off. Like, and think that Deb was not really necessarily a good person. I mean, he had lied about me. He's lied about he's lied about a lot of friends of mine. And it was, well, I can't keep tolerating this. So, and he cut me out first. He was the one who like blocked me and all that shit first.
I did see that, yes.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. He blocked me and stuff first because I talked to people he doesn't like, and then he claimed that I leaked his DMs, which I didn't do. But whatever. At this point, Daph, I'm really not. You know, you're somebody who thinks Pigamy deserved what happened to her. And I know he keeps trying to like walk it back. It's so funny to watch him try to walk it back while still having the same opinion. He's like, well, I never said she deserved it, but she totally deserved it. It's like, okay, all right, so dude, which one is it?
I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, but I can say that on that I felt sad that happened. Because one of the things that I wanted to do when I brought back Fried Chicanery is I wanted the first episode to be you and him, and then I wanted to have the ability to try to talk to some of these people. Because
I'd love to talk to Dev about it one-on-one, because he won't talk to me anymore. That's the thing, is that, like, Dev's, he won't talk to me, He hasn't talked to me at all about anything in like well over a year, nearly 2 years. 2 years. Because I'm a big bad person who talks to the big bad wizard man, and I talk to people he doesn't like, and therefore I'm basically a disease, so I can't be spoken to.
So strong. So
I mean,
Man,
I don't like being in that kind of position with people, by the way. I don't
Of
like
course.
it at all.
Nobody likes that. Nobody likes seeing friends fight. Nobody wants to be the one that has to say, you guys gotta mend the bridges. They want people to try and be chill, try gotta have fun, etc., etc.
Well, I always hear that from people, and I'm always like, yeah, I'd like to. I sure would like to, but I don't have... And I don't like when it gets put on me, because it's like, I've tried. I've done everything that I can. At some point, there's nothing I can do. And I understand why people are kind of upset about it, because, yeah, I mean, I don't like it either. But I can't do anything about it at this point. I know that he says he won't talk to me because I'm a dox or whatever, because I leaked his DMs. And the DM, by the way, it was a DM, which I'm sure you know this.
Yes.
The DM was...
You showed me. You showed me.
Don't do that again, yeah. Or regarding 2 other people that I wanted him to talk to also squash the beef. So... yeah, nothing you can really do about that. Except that's pathetic, Dev, and you know it is. To claim that I leaked your DMs.
At the end of
By
the
me.
yeah, at the end of the day, all I would want as friend to both of you is that you guys be able to be amicable in public and like
As would I.
go to events and do shit like that, because I would want people. I would like to talk to my friends on camera and hang out with them and have fun with them.
Yeah.
And I'd be able to like that they could do that in the same place with each other, and it not be such a big deal. But I can understand that if he didn't want to do that, it'd be a thing. Because it was something I wanted to do beforehand, because, Lord, I've been trying to fight to get him to do content with me, or to be able to talk to him live on air, doing something. And shit just didn't match up because I had shit that I had to do for work, or one thing or another stopping me from that, and trying to do my best to get workarounds for that was a nightmare. But I want the 2 of you to be able to chill and hang and be good again.
I would like to as well. I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I wish it could, but
Time and tide wait for no man.
It might be a crack shot, but yeah. Well,
I don't. I wish it could, but I don't think it's probably gonna happen. I wish it could. I'm more than down. I've always been more than down. But he says that I'm a doxer or a DM leaker or both, and it's just I'm really not.
Good work clearing another path.
I mean, like that.
With the road to the Frisian, another dang.
That's the way you want to do it, I guess.
I'd
And anybody who's not retarded knows that's not true, but
dreamed it like some poor bloody child believing a fairy tale.
fine, man, fine.
She's not one of us anymore. But at least she's not like Mervale either.
Ugh.
Can't overlook mercy like that. Who knows?
Where are we at, though?
Perhaps.
On the topic that we were talking about. Cathedral shit.
Farewell.
I
don't think I need to
I don't
do
still
that.
don't think I fully finished my thought, because then we keep segueing into other
Yeah,
things.
Go ahead.
But
go ahead.
on the issue of Twitter people, I think Twitter examples are a good thing to use as a case example for this. On the Twitter example of people trying really fucking hard to try to find a way to justify how actually we should allow people to do these things, so blah 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 blah. One of the biggest things that is an issue that I've noticed multiple times is people basically allow for the most cucked examples, and I think I can show a couple of examples from what I had here before, because I'm also looking at the chat. Looking, Twitter, because I know it was last night, because I looked at the 2 of them, because it was the first things I did before I ended up leaving to go help my wife. There's 2 dumbass opinions. Here we go, right here. Opinions like these dog shit things. I'm sending it to you right now. This tweet, and then this tweet underneath it that is linked directly from the tweet somebody made as a quote tweet to that tweet. People saying things like, Quote, on a serious note, I love when media that once had a mostly male audience begins getting traction from a female audience and the discourse around the media immediately starts getting more nuanced, which really has always been code for. Women start trying to talk shit about the thing, because they have inside of it a screen cap. Yeah, they have inside of it a screen cap saying, why do females have to find this show? We gotta ban these female fans from shonen dogs. Then send them inwards back to show. They said soft day, but send them inwards back to shoujo because they ruin everything. I love when people start talking about it. It gets immediately more nuanced and critically thought, and then that person building on top of them saying, every gamer cis man I've met only cares about combat and mechanics, which is fine in itself. But when the topic turns onto RPGs and other story character design driven games, they get fully convinced they skip through. I
just fucking talked about this.
I am fully convinced they skip through all the dialogue because none of them ever have anything insightful to add. Info dumping to IRL about Asterian's characterization about how his Spawn ending is so important to me and how he's just, yeah, but if you ascend him, he gets more combat buffs. It's like, sir! It's kind of endearing, actually. I wish my brain was that chill. I remember all the times in Overwatch groups I had to explain basic lore facts to men who logged in for 5 consecutive years just to stay in the same competitive rack.
Overwatch.
I know. It gets worse. They're still not done. They're still not done.
Can I just can you just try to imagine this for a second? Just try to imagine this. You log on to Overwatch and you go play a random game. And someone's like, hello, are you a male? Let me, you're playing, I see that you're playing, who's the character I always played in Overwatch? I can't remember her name anymore. Symmetra. I'm gonna would you like to hear Symmetra's entire lore background? I'm like, no, shut up. I'm trying to play the fucking game
it's
right
like
now.
one of those, it's like a situation where a guy's in his rank to try and climb to the next rank, and you start trying to pick a character. It's like, excuse me, you're picking Symmetra with Torbjorn. Don't you know that he took her fucking breakfast like me? But bitch, I don't care! Bitch, I don't care! Get on the point! Get on the point!
Speaking of, let's
Unironically.
play the finals.
You want to play the finals right now?
Let's play the finals.
Okay. We need to find a third, though. We need to find a third, though.
We need a third. Hang on. Let me Is he online?
Continue reading these things. I can have...
he is online, but he's not playing anything, and I don't know if he wants to...
Ask him...
I don't want to... No, that'll feel weird.
Let's get Bill to play with us, then.
He can't play it. His computer can't play it.
Damn
He's on Windows 7. I'm not joking.
Oh no! No! Not again! This bigotry against Windows 7 cannot be continued!
Let's just load it, and then I'll just add this for it.
This is shaming against poor people. Unironically, this is something that came up with League of Legends. They're discontinuing fucking service on Windows 7 computers. So I guess fuck four people who won't upgrade to Windows 10.
Well, no, it's not poor. It's just that Bill literally doesn't want to upgrade to Windows 10 because it fucking sucks.
Oh no, I agree with you. It does fucking suck. But at the same time, it's like, wow, you guys are just gonna say fuck it to people who have it? I mean, if it was Windows XP, I could get that argument. But there are some video games that still run in Windows XP, bro. Like that's dog shit. God damn.
Let me ask Epic Mike. Hang on.
But let me keep reading this.
Am I friends with Mike?
It's kind of endearing that I'm a blah 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 blah. I can have a little Miss Andry as a treat. A little Miss Andry chat.
Miss Andry as a
treat. Somebody clip that line. A few things less agonizing than being very involved in Overwatch plus other online games and having to defend not only myself but other queer, they use the LGBT plus bullshit, but queer people and or women from bigoted weirdos. Because bigoted weirdos is when you tell me I shouldn't pick this character because there's a lore reason for them to not like another character that's on our team when we need a fucking defense champion in a fucking hero shooter game. Clearly. If I wake up and this left the target audience, I'm gonna microwave my phone. I hope you all explode, and then they have a 5-second clip of them fucking microwaving their phone. People like that. The individuals that's like, I hate this game because it has too much cis in it. It has too many men in it. Why are you playing video games?
Are you on Discord? Or are you on Steam?
Yeah,
Steam,
I'm on your Steam, Mr. Random.
Oh yeah.
But individuals like that, with those talking points, those people, all I hear when they type things like that is, I love when we bully people. I love being a bully and bragging in public about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I wrote this on the tweet. I love bullying people because cis men, hashtag Treat Snark, have no opinions. Did I mention I'm a lesbian? Because you can't have
Oh,
opinions
no,
like...
you haven't mentioned it in 10 seconds.
Like,
Mention it again.
there's no way that those people like those games for those reasons. Because if, in the case of Baldur's Gate, if there are people who like that game, and I'm sure there are people who do, I can't imagine that they're going onto TikTok and they're looking up those accounts that are telling them about the ways to get broken gear in the game. Because if you really loved a game, you'd find out about their secrets, not by learning from a cheat or learning from someone else's playthrough or walkthrough. You would have found it on your own, and you would be talking about those things. 'Cause I've seen those channels. I've seen those channels that talk about lore from that one woman whose voice sounds like this, and she has all of her consonants crisp and clear, who she talks about games like Elden Ring and Fear of Hunger, and I'm pretty sure she's Indian in origin, but she speaks like she's a white woman who understood how to get speech therapy. Women like her or girls like that will talk about those games. I love when they make that content, because it's very clear they are somewhat level-headed and passionate about it, and even if you didn't play the games for that, it's like, oh damn, that's what the lore is in the game? Well, I guess I ought to play the game and figure it out.
Play it.
Like, that is a meaningful way to get people into playing this shit, but a competitive game where the culture has never been about the lore and has been more about learning how to be a better ganker, a better rotator, a better fucking
weird, right?
lead, a better fire team leader, a better shot caller. You want people to care about the lore of the game in the middle of a ranked competitive match? That's not where you go to do that for. That's unironically like Asher Roboto. Wow, it's really interesting. Well, no, pause. Roll that back in your mouth, Paul. It took me a while to master that fishing line sound. The lore of Kingdom Hearts is interesting for anyone to learn, especially about how they try to justify the diving into the heart memory bullshit that becomes the centerpiece of the arc from Kingdom Hearts 3 into Kingdom Hearts 4, especially with the Lost Master arc being the new arc for Kingdom Hearts. It's very interesting watching how this game's backstory has developed across multiple consoles, and then the remakes that made the portable games more accessible to people, how it became basically a synonymous blockbuster franchise that cannot be failed, because all you literally do is mash A to kill the enemy. That's all you gotta do. It is
finals, dude.
Okay. Hold on. I'm collecting my quest points in town, and I will be there in a second.
I mean, I could add Jesper, but I feel like it'd be weird.
No, I mean, maybe a little bit. It'd be more on me to not make it weird and be like, hey, bro. I'm so tempted to do it even as a joke, and I'm like, no, Carl, no. Don't ruin your friendships.
Probably busy.
But let me finish leveling up my skill points in town, and then I will be there in just a jiffy-diffy-doo. Because I want to make sure I got the shits
I could
properly
but...
and whatnot. If anything, I would probably fucking find a third. Well, I don't know.
You can find a third. There you go.
Jade's not online, and he and Dax are the people I've talked about, and I was talking about this the other night
online.
with my wife. Let's try asking Desperate first. Let's go through your...
I don't like to ask people for things. To
play video games?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, my last thing I said to him was smooth move, dickhead. So...
Because it's not... playing the finals, I've come to the understanding that if you don't have a third, it's just going to be a fucking nightmare, because there's always going to be that random person that's going to try and fucking troll you. Or if you're in my case and you're the random person, you'll have two people that are going to be like, well, bro, we're together in Discord. I'm like, bitch, we're not, though. So can you please fucking communicate over the voice comms and play the game? That's just a nightmare that I'm going to try to avoid the best I can for now, if I don't just solo pub it out. But getting back to the topic at hand. What was I about to say? Because it was that funny ass joke, and then I forgot everything I was saying because, oh yeah, that's right, I didn't even tell you about the jokes that I was going to say, but I'll tell you that in a second. I just want to make sure I finished my thought line about the cathedral-like shit, especially in terms to why I even brought it up in the first place. The general TLDR, for everybody in chat who's been hearing me talk about this and us wander and meander through topics, the entire point I'm trying to make about cathedral-like shit is the people... Oh yeah, that's right, Twitter shit, but I'll finish my sentence first. The problem with cathedralism in anything is that when you have people that become incapable of explaining the reason why they dislike a thing is because I don't like this thing because I hate this content creator, because I think that they're dumb or they're gay or they're cringe or they're lame or their content is bad, or they're, in Vito's case, using a perfect case example, a definitely bad person who has never produced anything meaningful. He's only ever been a person who's bragged about supposed achievements that aren't actually achievements. The problem with cathedralism is that it causes a viewpoint where if your narrow view lens is directly anathema to reality, you have to keep denying reality and fighting shadows to justify your worldview.
Obviously.
You've probably seen this more often with the left wing than you do with the right wing, because the right wing doesn't often do this, but they can have the same cope cycles.
They can. Can we talk for a second about the fucking calendar shit and the booby gate stuff?
Yeah, that shit was lame as fuck. I can't imagine being
fucking
mad.
pissed.
I can't imagine being a person who's not showing skin on the calendar being upset at other people showing a skin on a calendar.
I'm not even talking about the calendar. Have you seen them getting fucking infuriated about the woman who just has big tits baking a cake?
I didn't.
The fucking the right-of-ways at this point, no. This is the problem, is that the fucking right-of-ways are now like, look at this woman, she's a whore. She's baking a cake, and look how big her tits are. It's like, she can't help that. She just has big tits. They're in a shirt. They're inside of her shirt. Like, she's not, like, showing them off. She's just got big old titties, and they're inside of her shirt, and she's not, like, showing them off. She's baking a fucking cake, and they're like, this is pornography. Honestly, end yourself. If I'm being honest, if you feel that way.
Mm-hmm. It's like, damn, bro, that's pornography. Pornography is when women have big boob. Oh man, let me not show this in picture that I just looking at right now on stream from Rizdross, which I will send to you.
Fucking insane. It's in fucking insane. Oh no, she has booby. She has booby, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. She has booby.
True.
This is what drives me insane. Is that, like, yeah, I consider myself a conservative, okay? But I'm not that kind of conservative. I'm a libertarian, all right? In that, if you get upset about boobies existing, that a woman she just has breasts, and you're like, this is upsetting to me because this is pornographic. That is saying everything about you and nothing about her. That bitch has done nothing other than sit there and bake a fucking cake. And if you're like, women should do conventionally attractive feminine things, like cook, and then it's like, here's a woman cooking. Well, that makes me upset because I'm a fucking weirdo. Then you need to, I don't know what you need to do, but you need to log the, you know what you need to do? You need to log the fuck off, because there's something wrong with you, homie. Like, you're fucked.
It would be so great if one of the things classically Abby did was she gets bigger as a content creator. She made a channel called Classically Women, where she just invites on moms and big-chested women doing normal activities. Don't even make it ASMR. They're just in the kitchen and they're cooking. And they're just making shit. They're in normal clothing. It's not risque, it's not lewd. They're just classically women. Classically women making hand baskets. Classically women quilting. Classically women like looking after the kids and just telling stories with them. And they just have it there. And people just start molding because it's like, how could you dare have women like this? I'm like, motherfuckers, those are just women existing. It's just women existing with big breasts.
But this is where it goes to. Look, I get it. Is it the OnlyFans shit has like sent a bunch of these conservative people like off the edge, and now they're going insane and doing the stupidest fucking shit, like getting all upset about redheaded libertarian wearing high heels and a slightly short dress in her kitchen with a crucifix in the background. I'm like, this isn't Christian. Oh my god, have you ever seen a pinup calendar? It's not, it's so much more tame than any pinup calendar from the 40s. What are you talking about? You're out of your fucking minds. You're so fucking insane. Like, it drives me out of my fucking mind, dude. Like, just fucking get over it. Oh, Jesus, oh Christ,
They'll never stop molding, which is why it's just funnier to mock them and use the exact same fucking contrarian talking points.
Yeah, I'm always
they use
gonna
on other
fucking
people.
mock them because they're out of their fucking mind. Actually, you know what? Actually, he might not get until I send him the fucking invite because his fucking monitor is so huge. He doesn't see notifications sometimes, so that might be why Discord didn't even see it.
Maybe.
But
you can bring him yeah, I'm getting it up right now. Actually, you can bring him to the call if you want.
Cool. Well, we'll see.
We will see. But yeah, damn, my chat said something so fucking hilarious. Oh my god, it's Carl not being able to finish the point for the last 2 hours. The movie.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, Carl can't finish the point for 2 hours in the movie. Sorry, go ahead, Carl. I mean, that's what a stream is. A stream is not being able to finish a point for 2 hours. That's what a stream is.
Are you truly watching a single player Carl stream if you're not talking about these things, guys? But yeah, cathedral-like thinking leads to pigeonholed worldviews. And the biggest problem with a pigeonholed worldview is, I think the best example I could probably use recently is not Shut Up Fat Talk You, Carl. Say it right. Just Some Guy.
Oh, Just Some Guy is probably one of the worst, just because, like, I still actually like his videos. It's the problem, is that I like his videos.
His videos have never been a problem. I don't think his videos or his approach to content and attitude has been the issue, with the exception, and in this case, a very big exception. The exception being that when he has to face criticism for doing and saying and acting the way that he's been acting.
Just probably not want to be on a stream in general.
Who?
Just say that. Put out there. Yeah,
he doesn't want to be.
He's not gonna want to be on the stream in general.
Okay.
Just a guess. I don't know that for sure. I didn't think about that, but yeah, he probably doesn't want to.
Just ask him, and if that's so, then I'll just have to cut stream at that point. And I'm sorry to you guys in the audience, but that would matter more in that situation.
No, that was me saying, like, I don't know if I asked him, but like, he probably doesn't want to.
We can find out. If he just wants to play off air, then we can just play off air. But when it comes to shit like that, cathedral thinking is really, really bad, because it puts you in the mindset where if you basically behave in a certain way, that you believe you'll be rewarded, when actually it will be the opposite. In his case, actually, unironically, he has pretty much the same trajectory that the Ackman did. He got popular with his own audience, talking about comic books the way that he does. That's how I ended up falling in with him and being associated with him in that sphere of shit, because he was getting the same shit from Remphamus that I was. But in his case, he didn't really pop off until he was covering the leaks concerning The Last of Us Part 2 and making the non-stop jokes, and then Sony with their shell company trying to suspend and stop his video from being seen until after the game had already gotten widescreen and mainstream coverage from all the shill channels. That's more or less, yes. That is more or less how he got put on the spot for the most part. But then, when he started molding more and more with his audience, and then when the almighty Lolly, same guy that keeps harassing Dev about Pikami, which y'all are allowed to have.
I can invite a random friend of mine.
Okay, by all means. And if you want to bring him in the call, bring him in the call.
I haven't talked to him in a long time. Let me ask him. A guy I've known since college. Let me ask.
But, the same way, and you guys are allowed to have your opinion. I'm not going to tell you your opinion's right or wrong. Not because I want to stand for it, because I don't have a fucking opinion on this shit. I see harassment, I call harassment. And that's all I care about. I care about the facts of what I fucking saw. And I saw every side. The end of the day problem is that when it came down to him addressing the shit that was brought to him, which was his liberal viewpoints, him basically following around and basically just being a fucking, well, I wouldn't say he was a dick rider per se, but, you know, basically falling into clique behavior. Instead of addressing that and being like, you know what, you probably have some points, but I disagree with you on this, I disagree with this, or being like, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want. Instead, he purges his entire Twitter following. You purge the entire Twitter following, because, sure, he's a YouTuber, primarily. I don't think he streams often. I think only so often, especially since the other person he was streaming with is Liana Kersner, and I don't have a problem with Liana K. I like her content. She probably has some strong political opinions, and even on my first account, I think because she blocked me on my second one, because at the time I got my first one, my first one got locked because that one fucking Souls brand content creator tried to harass me with his audience, and his audience tried to do that whole thing that leftists love to do, which is, this person reacted to you and demonstrated that your point was wrong, we're just gonna mold at him harder and say that he's coping and seething. That'll definitely work. This man knows more about the game that he's forgotten than you'll ever know. And it's like, bitch, I shit on him on camera, literally fucking recording the other day while we were doing invasions. Calm your fucking ass down, little bro. But
it's insane. I'm gonna just click play. We're just gonna go with the two of us. I messaged Discord and he didn't say anything yet, so.
Alright. Well, make sure you turn off.
He's been playing since like beta, so he's actually really good at it. But like,
Okay.
then he got mad at me for fucking up his memoir. So.
I don't know if this game has that big of a skill-based matchmaking. I know that the tournament system.
If it doesn't work here in a second, I'll go message Epic Mike and see if he, because I don't think he and our friends are we're not friends on Steam.
Okay.
We should be. But if it goes really poorly, I'll ask Epic Mike if he's up.
Okay. But the whole issue is that it made him into basically a lolcout, effectively. Nick Recator becoming a lolcout from James Hurley. I don't think that's true, but I think Nick has been doing a lot of things that have been going lolcout-ish. I don't know enough at this time to have a true stated opinion, but off of what I saw, because I saw breaking gun news about it, I don't know. I do not know.
I can give you my opinion on it. I've considered Rackets a friend for years. Years and years. Many years. So, I think that Recator has done some things that I'm a little bit disconcerted about. I'll put it that way. I don't know why he does some of the things that he does other than alcoholism. Which is, you know, whatever.
It's game time, folks.
I mean, it's fine. I'm an alcoholic, it's fine. But...
It's all about money, speed, and
oh my god, I forget...
cash. The team to bank enough cash the quickest will
everything's so fast.
The arena's more like a snow globe now. Perfect for contestants who want to shake things up.
Thanks to the suspended structures in the arena, our contestants' fates and cash-out stations are up in the air today.
I hear contact inside of the...
Recator, yeah, like, I don't know what he's up to. Like, I'm just confused by some of the stuff he does.
Buckle up, everyone. Our first elimination is really sending a message. This
I'm on Volt.
match is on.
But, it's really
How the hell
concerning.
did I fuck
I...
yeah, I just did. Every time I have to play, I have to, like, relearn this game. But, sometimes I just get confused by the stuff that he does. And again, I like Rackets a lot. I'm just fucking confused.
Fucking dumbass, why did you throw the box like that?
Because, like, I don't know. Oh, jeez, why did they do that? I guess...
I don't fucking know. I'm going to cash out B.
Heading to cash out B.
Oh, I was getting revived and I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking moron. I didn't realize I was getting revived. 3.
Gotta wait for the two of you to catch
it's
up.
actually probably better for me to be closer. So,
I'm shot at.
yeah, coming.
They're on top of the box. That's why I hated that dumbass through the box like that, because I had to direct it to here. And they engaged poorly, so they got killed. This is the reason why you have to have thirds. This is the reason why you have to have thirds. That retard should have never thrown the box like that. He should have never thrown the box like that and then try to go for a revive on you.
I fucked up. I was no good. I shot shit out of the one guy, but you know.
Okay, we need to hope that they're not smart enough to break the fucking things. We have to get back there. Because we're gonna probably have to climb. Because since this guy's a light and he's a light, I'm supposed to not be holding the box, actually.
I honestly, like, I just think light should not exist.
This is a skill-based...
I mean, like,
it's a very skill-based class. It's a very skill-based class.
Yes,
if you're bad at light, you ruin the game.
Good. Like, yeah. That's the thing, is that if you're bad at light, you fucked up the whole game for everybody else.
Okay, I've knocked one of pink. There's a purple up there fighting with him. See, control the point down there. I will focus up here. You guys control the point down there. You're fucking white.
Man, how do you fucking live like that? Damn. Oh, you get like 10, like... Yeah.
See, that's the problem.
Fuck.
Because he's hiding in the corner.
How do you suck that bad? What the fuck?
Because he's bad.
One shot.
Let me look at the loadout.
That's crazy.
That's because he has the wrong fucking shit, that's why.
How did he not... The guy had no health. What are you talking about?
How did he live that? Because he's a heavy and we only have 150 health and his damage does 35 a bullet. And he was camping in the corner. That's why.
But you still should have been able to do that.
I know, it's retarded. It's retarded. That's why the light shouldn't have been fighting there. You guys need to go to the cash out. I will focus the outside of the fight and control for space. You just need to get to the box. Careful, mine.
Yeah.
Don't go for the tag until everybody on that team is dead.
Yeah.
Never go.
Yeah, I didn't know you couldn't blow up the mines. I thought you could probably shoot them.
No, I was gonna glitch them, but I was trying to make sure that we could spot them, but we didn't find them yet.
I thought maybe you could shoot them.
Yes, but they'll explode,
yet.
and they'll do AoE damage to you.
Well, you can shoot them? Well,
Yes, you
I
can.
couldn't.
It was hidden directly underneath a part of the fallen building, and I was trying to find them.
No,
That was the
I
problem.
saw it. I was literally shooting directly at it, and it didn't blow up.
No, it's not worth. It's not worth. I glitch grenade. That's the other reason people play lights. Glitch grenades turn off other people's loadouts, stops them from using their specials. It is basically a you don't get to press this button effect, but you have to actually have them, and there are 1,000 unlock. And this guy's playing sword, so in those situations we can't win because they have guns and we do not, or rather. They have guns, and we have 2 guns and a sword user. He can never get close.
Oh.
I'm using stealth, so I'm not supposed to be engaging. I'm supposed to be playing the outskirts. And because he's light and he's playing sword with evasive dash, they see us, they immediately chase us, and we can never win. They're fighting on the roof. 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 You went away. You went down. Pink is walking straight towards you. He's shooting at one of you.
Items are squeezing into Vault 2.
That Pink is around here somewhere. He's gonna go for the vault.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the ground. They're on the ground. They're on the ground. Ground floor. Go for the vault. Nope, they have the vault. I hate this fucking light! Don't chase them. Get ahead of them.
Man, I'm all fucked with.
We have the box.
Stinky
And this dumbass is throwing the box again. He's on the roof. He's on the roof.
Yep. Got me.
Do not revive this dumbass, please. We cannot revive him. He is too
I did
bad.
it once, my bad. This is the stinkiest part, yeah. Hang on. This roof, please save me. No, he hasn't responded.
And if you're looking at my feed, you can see the exact reason why I have to play outskirts. Because in that situation, I can't even recover the box or pick either of you up. And because I step out and they're still chasing, they're not even following the person on. This is the biggest problem with the game. People who are on the box don't even chase the team that's on the box. They just fight to fight.
I know.
So since he gets in the middle of it, it causes a fucking problem. Also, when you go for defibs, make sure the defib is like in a dangerous situation. If it's in a situation like this, it's actually okay for us to go for...
Yeah, but
No,
we're
I know,
we're
to go
so
for
far
normal
from anything,
revives.
It didn't matter. I just get hit by like random shot. A huge amount of
There's a
damage.
Pink camping up here. I need one of you up here.
I'm up. Come in,
Top of the floor. He's flanking him.
Coming. Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh, I got snipped.
There's 2 of them covering on the angle.
Yeah.
Special delivery. Special delivery.
Man, I'm terrible at this game.
It's okay. You need to get up that zip.
You just gotta learn shit. That's how it always works.
The shock and awe are dangerously close to a full team.
Oh, there it
Just
is.
one member still in the arena. Success. Great steal.
I think I'm just correctly Balmer's the kid. That's my... Whoa! Oh, yep, there it goes. That's why I do actually like this game.
It's just harder when you have a player that's actually fucking retarded. We got the cash out down now, but the problem is we have to keep them from capping it. And unfortunately, what we need to do right now is, you see how purple is trying to control so they can get the ability to cap, and then the other team comes rushing in? We need to let them fight so that we can keep them from capping in this either way.
Yeah.
And we're too far away to stop that cap.
Respawned.
So we lose that cash. Yeah, we lose that cash out specifically because he's playing sword. So we automatically lose because this light doesn't know how to play the game.
Maybe.
In these situations, this is where the game fucking sucks. Because these players fucking suck.
Yeah, I know. You really need a full team, but I also suck, so don't worry, it's me
Well,
too.
they need to be team members. That's the problem. And you're okay. You just have to learn to start letting these people die, and you need to not revive them.
Let's just go. We'll go again. We'll try again. We'll try again.
But
Try again.
Cathedral.
I think the game's really fun. I just want to be able to like actually play it and have fun.
I know. Well, I for one wish that they will have a better mode for this, and that they'll have better matchmaking, at least in all modes.
It will get better, I think. Probably. It's a very new game, so.
I mean, there's too much information out on it already. All of the pros that have already played the game and the ones that have played the beta that are giving information on it, they've dropped the guides. They are telling people what you should do and how to play it. There are just players that refuse to do it because they're for-fun players that don't care if they win or lose. And then they do this inside the tournament system. Because I'm not sure if you looked at the play system for how you have to play ranked tournaments. You have to play several games of the tournament mode, not the ranked system tournament mode, but the tournament mode to unlock the ranked feature. And I've already had at least 4 people try to lie to my face and say, "Listen, bro, it's not a ranked mode. It's like you have to play this mode in order to get the materials you need to then have the loadouts. They then get the loadout to be competitive enough to win in the other games. You're not about to cap to me and say it doesn't matter when it absolutely does. You're not about to cap to me and say that it doesn't matter when it absolutely does."
It's funny though to me that like you're way better at this game than I am, and I'm the one who told you to play it.
I've just put in time.
This game.
That's it. Listen, you're the one who's responsible for showing me the game.
I am. I know. I caused this. It's my responsibility.
Thoughts
I mean,
on
Disper's online, but he might be doing something. I don't know.
What?
He's probably on fucking stream. To be honest.
Is this the same fucking sword guy? Oh my god.
No, is it? No, I don't think so. Is it?
I don't think it is, but sword sucks.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't even show me his. It doesn't even show me his team loadout, so I don't even know if he has the correct side pieces you'd be taking. I can see your loadout, but I can't see his loadout, which might be shit for us.
Yeah.
So we have to see how he plays to see if he's actually a player who will win. But no, I don't think Nick Mercado is becoming the new Ethan Ralph. I don't think that's.
No.
I don't think that's contrarian shit. I'm so sorry. I don't believe that.
I hope our contestants like the cold because the arena's a regular snowscape. Let's see who melts under pressure.
Some of the usual arena hideouts have been squashed for this round. Contestants had better duck and
I'm not trying to blow you guys up and just opening up the wall.
Yep.
Because lights have breach charges, but breach charges take up a space on the occupied spot, we start taking shit like...
Oh shit, I fucking fell. Oh my god. Just got wrecked.
God damn it. You got killed by the person who was trying to run from me, and then you got killed by the person chasing him. Don't enter fights as the first person. Enter fights as a third.
I fell. That was the problem. Like an idiot.
Because when you died, I didn't see you on the other side trying to chase that guy, so I had to run through fire and lost all of my HP doing so. And yeah, sword guy fucking sucks, because he doesn't know how to show up and disappear. Because he got sniped out by the fucking light. This is a goddamn nightmare, again. But anyways.
But is he a light?
He has a light.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Whenever you see players using melee sucks in this game. Because I can always just run away at them at distance. The only way it works is if you're out of bullets and you're not catching them in the open. And in most situations, you're playing the outskirts anyway, so you're not just running in randomly. Also, while you're running, try and find a canister or something that might be useful. The most useful thing for you is probably gas and, goo. You'll want to just...
I got the goo one.
Okay, that dumbass is running straight in. We cannot run straight in. You have to play the outskirts here. Find the line of attrition and try to hold it in your position, and I'm going to flank around. And make sure you use your middle button for pings to make callouts. If you see somebody, ping on their head first so I know the angle that they're coming from. I found the team. They're in the back here. He's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead! God damn it, you scared me!
Trying. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm trying to... Whew.
Okay, don't hover around the balks, try and get space for them. Team over here, team over here, team over here. There's one approaching you up from the front. He's already killed the other guy, but I'm going to flank. We lost this one. The light needs to fucking live. And you can't die. You cannot throw your life away to revive him.
I'm dead
I know.
already.
The socialites will need to try again. Team white. This is exactly what the high notes needed. They pocketed our first cash out.
We shouldn't have lost that fucking cash out because of him.
Yeah.
Over here, over here, over here! Down.
What?
I got him.
What?
There was a light that was trying to hunt me, and you guys were leaving the area first without making sure that I got...
anywhere near you.
I know. There was a light. He was hiding. He was trying to pick me off because he was trying to kill the rest of you after you come to revive me. One of the things players do is that they like to hang out in areas where there was just a cash out to try and fight people because they play for kills.
Yeah.
You can't separate from each other in this game.
I know. Ah! Behind me, behind me, behind me, behind me, behind me. Ah.
For exactly this reason. Because our sword guy is where? Separated from us. And where is he still going? He's trying to settle. He's trying to. I know who he's doing right now. He's trying to sit on top of the roof, but he can't do it because he's doing it the wrong angle. He's just going straight to the ball. So what he has to do is So what he has to do here is he needs to live.
You can't do it this way.
I know. So what he has to do there is he just needs to live so that we can coin back in. In a normal game mode, we would have a limited amount of coins, and if we wiped like that, that guy would have to get banned because he's just playing dog shit.
Yeah.
But in this mode, we have infinite coin-ins, so he has to live, because if everybody dies, we all get put on a longer respawn timer.
The socialites are re-entering the arena.
Okay, we have to walk with him somehow to catch up to where he is to get to the box. So keep playing on the roofs, keep playing the roofs.
Yep.
He's clearly made contact inside the building and he's not pinging anything because he's killed one. So the rest of their team is going to show up there. I'm approaching from the roof. They're all underneath. They're all underneath. They're all in that room I just jumped out of that I threw fire in. They're all above in that room.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, fuck.
You have to start playing outskirts. I'm sorry.
Me? Yeah.
Yes. You cannot jump into the combat. You need to start letting him be a... You need to let him, or me, probably him, be a fucking target pigeon for you, and you just beam whoever's hitting with the beam. You have to live. You being as a medium is probably one of the most important characters in the game.
Yeah.
Grab one of these canisters as they fall and throw it at the building. We need to blow up this ceiling front. They don't get to hide from us.
Okay, there's a new event coming up in the round for our contestants.
Open this door. He's going for the steal. He got the steal. They're trying to cut. They're trying to cap. They're trying to cap. I know. You tried. You tried. I'm pretty sure this is probably one of the best players here. If I'm recognizing this name. No. Don't worry. Don't worry. If this is who I think it is, if this is the Zezima, this is one of the #1 players in the game. You should die here.
No way.
I don't know. There are a bunch of fanboys that like to copy names, so it might be. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably just a bit fan.
Even if it was, even in that situation, it's fine. We have like one more attempt to go in here and get this, but they're sitting on the point. The effects are really hard to deal with because you have to really adjust yourself to learning how to play things like low gravity. That's fine that you died there. That is gonna happen. We have a dog shit teammate. It's okay. But anyways,
It's just difficult, like, man. So I think I have to get a little bit more
combat experience.
I think I need to Balmer's Peak it a little bit better.
Are prying into Vault 3.
Pink is the team that we're gonna have to play to beat. They're definitely a team that we're gonna have to play to beat. It's not gonna be easy at all. They're still in that building, guaranteed.
Yeah.
They're picking back up.
They're
coming up. Nope, they're going down. Running on the street. Over here, over here, over here. I saw that you died. I'm alone. I can hear somebody nearby me.
Kind of bombers peek at this shit, have me?
This'll burn! At the halfway point, our contestants are living up to Osmooz's slogan of pop pour perform.
That's for sure, Scotty. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as we continue this epic battle.
I fucking hate these sledgehammer motherfuckers.
Yeah, the guys with the sledgehammer is not good. His team's covering him a lot. Because since this ethereal ghost shitter's goddamn garbage, it's impossible for us to fucking work here. Ah, man, I want dead again, another situation where you're getting outplayed by a gun. How crazy! How crazy you're getting outplayed by a gun again, sword guy!
Oh my god! It sucks so bad. Bug.
Picked off.
Yikes! Team wipe for the steamrollers.
That entire situation goes poorly for us, because he doesn't have a gun.
Nah.
That entire situation
What?
goes poorly for us because he doesn't have a gun. If he had a gun, he would have been picking them off at range and slowing them down. Because since the heavy's allowed to run away and his team's allowed to cover
He
him,
doesn't have a gun at all?
no, he has a sword. You can't change your weapon whatsoever unless you get
Oh
killed.
my
And he doesn't
God,
have a
what
gun, he hasn't changed to a
fucking
gun.
moron.
That's why we've been losing.
3, I suppose. Ah, oh! Oh, fuck. Ah!
Using fire grenade.
They're camping that building hard. And no other team is pressuring them at all. You're getting shot in the back.
Ah! Oh, I was shot in the back. Fuck.
You have to look at your six at all.
I know, I know.
And this
yeah.
dumbass went to the decap point. But
Yeah. Wow, wouldn't... Okay, dude. What was he doing?
nothing. He was doing nothing. Just trying to remember the thing. I had. Looking through the chat, looking through the chat, looking through the chat. I think I more or less got most of my points out that I've been trying to talk about. But yeah, the cathedralitism is something that people need to start using more of. They need to start calling them cathedralites and walk skulls. Because if they call them cathedralites and walk skulls, it'll be much easier and much better for them to be able to deal with issues and problems. Because they won't be able to try and shutter them out from conversations by saying, lol, the only reason you care is because you think people are walk skulls, or rather, you think people are this or that. And some such bullshit. It's one of the things that I'm gonna make a point of making us think about and creating the words for it, because it's dog shit that people think otherwise. Please, Lord, have mercy, do not let there be another fucking sword user. If there is another fucking sword user, I will actually maul.
Okay.
It's an unfun experience losing the game because of somebody who's got 10 fucking deaths because he has to do a melee approach.
I don't... It's the same... I used to experience that in TF2, where it's like someone just like has to be spy. Like, just has to be spy all the time. I guess he's not responding to me, so... Yeah, he might be on a stream or something.
Maybe. Oh, I would love to see if I can get Aiden to play this game. It is 3:15. No, it's not. It is 7:14. Who
What?
sent me a... I was looking at my cell phone. My cell phone updates my stuff in a certain way when I look at my my time. It's 7:14.
Well,
It's
12,
later for
13
you.
here, Yeah. Yeah.
This will probably be your last game.
Yeah, probably my
And
last
then I
one.
need to go make dinner, and then I can come back.
Yeah. My last game here, yeah.
Lord have mercy. Thank you, a fucking medium. Mwah, mwah, I love you. Mwah, mwah, I love you.
Yeah. Not a fucking hate. Yeah, I know.
With this game, I think the biggest fucking problem with it is that you have to have people who are active and have callouts. Because if you're not using communication, you have to be able to call out. Because if you aren't using your mic, it's a goddamn issue.
The arena has loaded. Buckle up. It's a fortune-fueled frenzy.
Canisters, canisters,
First team
canisters.
to grab enough cash will win.
Scotty, these rules are simple, but things usually get complicated in the arena.
These doors are open. There's people here. Get up the stairs, get up the stairs, get up the stairs. They're here, but they're fighting someone else. They're probably engaged with them, and they shouldn't be. Yep, they were engaged with them. We can't retrieve the shit now.
Our teams have made their presence
Get the high ground.
as we've got our
Stay out of view.
first elimination of the match.
Boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat today?
Right behind us! Right behind us! Right behind us! Right behind us!
Yep.
Only one contestant left for the Steamrollers.
I love when players decide to run in random places and get people killed. I love when they do that! Fucking team member! I pinned down one. We have to chase the other two.
Yeah, yeah.
They're fighting someone up here in B. We need to break through this glass. Got assist on one. Tank is on high ground above us. I'm tossing the cash out.
Hoping to pressure the competition. The Steamrollers have
Stay close.
first cash out.
Yep, yep. Oh my god. Just better aim than I have.
Tossing a frag.
Nice, nice, nice. So I need to focus on healing and man.
Ooh, just gotta work on evasion like I am. You need to learn. You gotta learn to break line of sight. You learn to break line of sight, you'll be so much better at gameplay. I promise.
Yeah.
These players do not operate on I will think before I act. They work on I see, I shoot. I keep chasing while I shoot. You were facing the turret and he was behind you.
Well, I was trying to kill the turret, but yeah.
Don't. I will glitch
There were,
grenade
like,
it. It won't
so
operate
many of
anymore.
them.
I know.
There were 3 people around me also, so-
I know. Don't go for it. Let me glitch grenade it. It will disable it and then I will shoot it. Your bullets matter more than my bullets.
Okay.
The big splash steal a cash out, leaving their opponents all wet.
Ah, that was so well played.
There's a person chasing in front of me. I'm just looping on him.
Using glitch grenade.
Because it seems like the people you're playing with are turret fags. They're camping turrets to try and get free bullet damage for them because they have... All guns are hit scan, by the way. That's why they chase the way they do. All the guns are hit scan, and the turrets are also auto-aimers. So it's automatic damage.
Okay.
They've snagged the match's first cash
Oh my god. Oh, that was... I was just so fucked there. take that.
Don't take what?
Put down. That.
The big splash are starting a ripple effect. They're opening ball 2.
There's a team down here. I'm on flank of one of them. They're going across the pad right now. Where are you guys? Where are you guys?
Trying to get down there, and I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I just died. I'm a little drunk. Fine.
From the roof? You guys should just jump down. There's no fall damage.
There is.
Did you fall off the
Fall
map?
into- Yeah.
You fell off the map.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you needed to pressure them there. You needed to drop down on...
Yeah. I'm retarded. Okay.
He's still up there. You need to push down. I'm pointing him. I'm pointing back in.
Just a single touchdown.
Oh my! But I can't. Oh, okay.
There's ground down there. Underneath you.
All right. Okay.
Team wipe for the powerhouses.
Oh.
They're across. Don't open fire until we have 3 shots on them.
Okay.
The big splash have commenced to cash out.
They're all in that room. They're all in that room. They're all in that room.
Delivery.
Backside, 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 backside. One out, one out, one out. One down. Next one is the top of you. Jaren needs to be over here with you, and he's not.
Immobilizing them.
There you go. I'm just doing terribly tonight, man.
Okay, it's time to shake things up a bit with an event. Prepare for even more mayhem.
So, see how there's a thing in there? I'm gonna throw this glitch grenade, and it's gonna disable it. Now it's disabled.
Sky laser activated. Let's just say that standing still in the arena is really prevented right now.
Frag out. Toss it, frag.
Don't peek from that angle. Destroy the wall on the other side.
Powerhouses. Nice steal.
Don't come from the same angle. Find new angles.
Ouch. The powerhouse
They're in there.
suffered a wipe.
Glitch in.
I know.
Throwing second glitch.
Lifting things up.
Throwing second frag.
Sending a frag.
Pressure them from the other angle.
Respawn alert. The powerhouses are back in action. Look at the big
There's still one up. There's still one up.
certain contestants holding down
Go for the cap behind that third.
themselves.
See, you're doing a lot better this time. Like, this is how you... You are.
Still
You are
to
doing...
be honest.
Yes, your decision making isn't quite there, but you are making better decisions. But you're understanding now. You can't just run in and think.
Yeah, I know. I have to relearn it every time. It's just the fucking weirdest thing. I don't get it.
It's all over, folks.
Wow, that's an achievement. Get eliminated by your own grenade.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great.
But yeah,
It's-
that's how you have to play the game. But yeah, you're doing better this time.
I'm gonna. That's me for me though.
Okay.
Like, if it is.
All right,
I'm going to get a couple of games in. I gotta get better at this shit.
it's okay. You're gonna get there.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
All right. We need to go prepare.
All right, man.
We gotta go prepare
I'm gonna
dinner.
go head to bed.
Chill.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
talking. All right.
Good
Bye.
night.
All right. Thank you for your questions, everybody. I need to take a 5-minute break, and then I'll be right back. Prepare your food right now! So you don't think that I know what time it is? You can't hear me? Whatever, 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 whatever. It is in the bag! Please look! More food I need to prepare. Please let me do my job. Okay. Lucky Lucky. Swear, that's the same character I saw with the same fucking Triskelion flame symbol. That's not bad. That is bad. I'll eventually have to make a belt. Just wait. And again, I don't want a chest. I'm probably gonna have to use Carcass Jack, actually. Now that I think about it. For this particular build. Either Tinker Skin or Carcass Jack. Which one do I want? This is damage oriented. And it's only useful for health. Alright, so Carcass Jack. It's area damage and resistance. It didn't go badly.
Just need a moment.
That was the normal queue. People do not fucking put in effort in the normal queue whatsoever. That's about what to expect from players casually. And Aiden's not one of those kinds of players, like the players from the other server, so it doesn't matter if we performed poorly or not. We had fun. We talked. That's the most important thing. It's gonna take me a while to get the shit for this. All these popsicles in my pocket. Pah! Probably gonna get replacement rings soon-ish. I don't think I have any tri-red rings. I don't think I have any tri-red rings. I don't have any good tri-belts. Shit. I need to make a belt. I need to make rings. At the very least, since it's a spell gem, I can get away with Orcla's Dragon's Flight and just get a +3 ice trap one. I'll have to re-anoint it because I basically spent 70 times 3 oils on Sovereignty for a jewel that is meant to be a stat filler line, but I shouldn't be too upset about it. Yeah, she did. It was bedtime for her. She didn't let you finish a thought. Every thought that I have can spawn an idea and a thought in her, which
with precision
rolls off her shoulder. Maybe I need to make a better point of making sure that I can finish my ideas and thoughts as I finish the through line, but hello? Can you die? Thank you. Why wasn't he dying? Probably latency, actually.
A potent little gift from our primitive past. The weary traveler draws close. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Find your determination. Such resilience. My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
Low on mana. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
I really hate that walking about traps. Alright, I got the 50 reduced. Which hopefully will help. Jesus fucking Christ, where did that latency come from? The ping is 20 higher than it should be. Is this the internet's way of telling me that I need to take a break for the night? I think it is. Because I'm not going to be able to fight a Zoro if my ping spikes like that. Yeah, I guess it is. Alright. Guess I have to end stream, guys.